I wanted. Hey, that's starting in about 5 minutes. I can make it on time. I just was going over in my mind again. Dieter Okras. Dieter Okras is an actor, and I had I had like a really gut wrenching experience um, around him. Um, and I'm showing my age. We're all affected. I mean, okay, I was born 20 years after the end of World War II, but my family was. I can't even go into all the harm that was done by World War II to my family. It's just So 20 years later, I'm born into a family. A lot of my siblings, as a very young child, my mother's first husband, the father of four of my siblings, died from alcohol and barbiturates. But they had already divorced, and he had remarried and had a bunch of children with another family, and a lot of damage was done in both families. Now, he was a highly decorated infantry veteran of the European theater of World War II. Wendell Kistner is his name. He may even be part Jewish. We don't have a DNA test from him. Um, um, he identified as German, but he fought in the army on the American side in World War II and got terrible alcoholism and stuff. But Dieter Okras plays in Stalingrad, which is somewhat of an apologist German movie. Like for the German psyche. How can we get over what happened and everything like that? How can we revisit it and stuff? And Dieter appears as Hauptmann Haller, and he's a commander in the film. And this is something that hit me like a ton of bricks the first time I saw the film. Um, there's When he appears in the film, the thing that you immediately think of is the man you love to hate. He's got himself made up like none other than Erich von Stroheim. Now, Erich von Stroheim in film is sort of the Nazi before the Nazi Party, right? Who was he? Well, he presented himself when he came to the United States as an Austrian noble, right? And that he had been in German army stuff and at a very high level. So there was no one better than him in cinema to represent the Germans, the evil Germans or whatever. So when sentiment was being whipped up for the American entry into World War One, his Erich von Stroheim got acting positions where he portrayed the man you love to hate. So there's a scene in one of his films where he's the Germans are overrunning this small town, and there's a grandmother, and she's there with the children by the windmill or whatever, and there's this is just a short scene from it, but artillery shell goes off right close to them, right? And Stroheim looks at the grandmother and the children or whatever, and he's like, "The enemy has the range. They have the range. You are spies." And he calls out a firing squad, and they shoot. The firing squad on his order shoots the grandmother and the children on the spot, right? Just like he's portraying. This is what I know what the German army people are like. This is how they are, and And then when the daughter, comes back, she's shrieking over her grandmother, and Stroheim grabs her and he's like, "Hey, she looks good." He gives her the tongue, just like. And in American cinema, it just, people just went through the roof. It was the most awful. And still, even though it's an old silent movie and it's a black and white film or something, it's very, sort of gut wrenching, his behavior. He's raping a woman as a German soldier in, I guess maybe an orphanage or something like that. An infant is crying out in the crib. And Stroheim's actor grabs the woman he's getting ready to rape is like trying to protect the baby, and he grabs the baby by the leg and throws it out of a upper floor window, right? And then proceeds to rape the woman. So you really, really hate this guy. He's like the evil Nazi or something. So when Dieter Okras appears, I mean, who can say? He looks just like Stroheim. He's made up like Stroheim. And the first time I saw it, I was like, this is perfect. What better person than somebody imitating Erich von Stroheim to represent this? The thing is, Erich von Stroheim was not German or Austrian. He was Jewish, right? And the position of the Nazis was that we're defending ourselves against the Jews, and to put somebody imitating, to put Dieter Okras in there, I don't know whose decision it was, how he was dressed or whatever, the director, to put someone as a known, not only is he known as Jewish, but he's known as propagandizing and representing German people in this despicable way, to put somebody in that role like that. Is what you've done is you've implicitly said, well, the Jews were behind it. Right? And of course, somebody, people will shriek and say, well, you're just taking it that way. You're just taking it that way. But I'm just sharing an experience I had. There's a scene in the film where a German officer sees a prisoner killed on a forced march brutally. Because the guy can't walk, he's just collapsing, and another German kills him, and he reports to Hauptmann Haller, and he's like, I regret to report violation of the Geneva Convention and the Articles of War, and blah, 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 blah. And Dieter Okras, who's Hauptmann Haller, he looks at him, he's smiling like this, he's like, you're that high, like, what is this Jewish shit? You're kidding me, right? You're talking about, what are you coming to me with this stuff, right? So, that's just an experience I had, and somebody could shriek back and go, "Oh no, he was a good actor," and you're just projecting. He doesn't necessarily look like Stroheim, or nobody made a decision to make him look like Stroheim, and that's not a statement. You can't prove that's a statement, and in a sense, that's part of the brilliance of what was done in Stalingrad with that character. So maybe it was their subconscious, at work or something like that. How can we say it's all the Jews' fault? In this movie, well, we could put a commanding officer, a known Jewish person, and have him running everything, in charge of all the good Germans, right? As a Jew disguised as a German, that's awful. And Stroheim is what he is. Chomsky would, for example, not have good things to say about Stroheim and his character and so on. But you can't generalize about any group of people. People are just people. All this stuff about the Jews are conspiring to destroy the world or whatever. Garbage. They're just people. They're just people. They're trying to live. All right, so See what we got going here. Checking the time. Thanks for tuning in. We need to. Oh, I can hear the fighting is starting up. They're getting closer.
The publication of a new edition of the standard work finds its justification in the widespread interest in historical study and in the importance of the events which it describes with such fullness and accuracy. The popular demand for histories of the best class is unprecedented in the annals of bookmaking and is substantial evidence of the growing taste for the most important literature. The standard historians have one after another been published in attractive editions and are rapidly filling the libraries of English-speaking people everywhere. In this remarkable development of popular interest in historical literature, so striking an episode as that of the Crusades could not be left without its record, and this story is nowhere told so entertainingly and comprehensively as in the pages of Michaud. It is a story worthy of careful study, not only on account of its intrinsic interest, but because of its significance in that larger history of Europe of which it forms, in many respects, the most dramatic and picturesque chapter. There has been of late an immense advance in the methods of historical investigation, and the contemporaneous historian studies the events which he undertakes to portray from a new standpoint. It would be difficult to find in any other department of literary work a wider difference of method in aim than that which separates Robertson's Charles V from Freeman's Roman conquest of England. The clue is no longer sought in the hands of trained diplomats, but in the broad, though less obvious, unfolding of the popular life. To the most advanced school of historians, Robin Hood is almost as important as Richard, a historical writer of the last age, worked with a pictorial imagination, weaving a story about the striking characters and episodes of an age. The same writer today, with an imagination trained in philosophical methods, discerns the dimly outlined movement of national life behind the pageantry of courts, the struggles of parties, and the rush of events. It is doubtless this very deepening of historical study and broadening of historical effect which has made the history the rival of the romance in popular interest. The studied narrative of Hume repels in spite of its trustworthiness, while Green's portrayal of the national development against a background of equally trustworthy fact charms a host of readers into repeated perusal. The epoch of the Crusades is important from the standpoint of either school. Prescott and Professor Seeley would each find in it material to his fancy. Studied with an eye to pictorial effect, what series of events could be more impressive than that which chronicles the successive campaigns to capture and hold Jerusalem? If chivalry was ever anything more than an aftergrowth of fancy and sentiment, it was in the fierce struggles which centered around the holy city. The virtues of feudalism were never more strikingly illustrated than during the brief period in which a handful of knights held Jerusalem against a circle of hostile nations. Separated by long and perilous marches from Europe, hemmed in by enemies whose multitude made their own scanty ranks insignificant, sustained by courage that nothing could daunt, a purpose that nothing could defeat, a skill in arms which made their skeleton armies a host, they long maintained the hopeless struggle of a Christian colony against Asia in arms to destroy it. Tancred, Godfrey de Bouillon, Richard and Saladin are names which have made neither synonymous with honor, loyalty, and courage. Their personal exploits, no less than the larger achievements in which they bore their part, make the age of the Crusades a field
This
from
is
which literature
really
has been
awful
enriched with heroic
garbage
characters and
text.
dramatic incidents from the days of Raoul de Caen and Tacitus, the present. These expeditions furnish the most striking episode in
For people that are
European
new
history,
to the topic of the
inspired Iroquois
Crusades,
religious emotion,
basically it was
prosecuted under the most perilous
people that were members of the
conditions,
Catholic
displayed
Church, a
effective
certain
contrast to
branch of
loftiest and
a
vast
certain religion or
passions
whatever,
of men, and
got into a
fully
thing
raised from the beginning to a
of
disastrous
being on a mission to
failure,
kill
which had,
people that were
over the
not
myriad
Catholics
and
and generally
inevitably,
go
as the doom which
to
overshadows the
replace the
great
biblical
tragedy.
lands and kill
It
everybody
has
that's
no
not.
deeper interest
not a
than
Catholic.
which attaches to wide and varied disclosures of character,
And steal all their money.
varied achievements.
So to talk about
These
heroism
warlike
is just
pilgrimages was worthy of most
very
thoughtful study.
awful.
The Crusades have, however, a deeper significance than any isolated personages or events, however picturesque or imposing, ever possess. They brought two civilizations into conflict, and no events are more important than those which secure the contact of different civilizations. In contemporaneous history, nothing is so suggestive of change as the wonderful return of Western upon Eastern civilization in Egypt, Syria, India, and Japan. The contact of Western with Eastern knowledge and thought in the Crusades was by no means so fruitful as that which came about through the conquests of Alexander and, later, of Rome, but it was not without great results. The Crusades established an intercourse between the East and the West, which, if often hostile, has nevertheless kept an open channel for that interchange of thought and industry, which in the single department of comparative philology has made possible a marvelous advance into an unsuspected region of knowledge. The study of Sanskrit has opened an epic in historical and literary investigation, which Professor Feast declares will be not less fruitful in the intellectual progress of the world than was the age of the Renaissance. The Crusades united for the first time the warring states of Europe in a common purpose and a common enterprise. It accustomed the overburdened people to the thought of a higher authority than that of the special tyranny under which they happened to be born, and so prepared the way for the growth of larger ideas of authority and citizenship. The power of feudalism was measurably weakened by the disasters which overtook successive expeditions led by the flower of chivalry, and this result made possible the unfolding of the monarchical principle which was to play so important a part in the political development of Europe. In short, the wide disturbance which these successive expeditions to the East introduced loosened perceptibly the iron framework of feudal tyranny which held European society bound and helpless, and by gradual disintegration prepared the soil for the seeds of popular institutions. HWM. Biographical notice. We are not of those who think that readers are without curiosity as to the position in life, action, and fortunes of the authors who afford them instruction or pleasure. The eagerness with which the birthplaces of men of genius are sought for and commemorated. The fondness with which the most trifling actions are dwelt upon. And the endless collections that are made of their conversations and sayings prove that this cannot be the case. In a prefatory memoir, we can scarcely go into so many details of the life of Michaud as, perhaps, the subject deserves. Michaud was not a mere author whose history may be read in his works. He lived at a momentous period and was no idle spectator of passing events. The complete life of Michaud would, indeed, swell to a history of France from 1790 to 1839. Joseph Francois Michaud, born at Albans, in Savoy, on the 19th of June, in the year 1767, was descended from a family that traced its nobility beyond the 10th century. One of his ancestors, Hugh Michaud de Courcelles, was deservedly distinguished by the Emperor Charles V. The father of Joseph was obliged to leave his country in consequence of what is termed by his biographer a piece of boyish rashness, but which we prefer relating to any of the warlike deeds he had often named. Hugh. Whilst on his shooting party, he sought refreshment in a cottage, and found the mistress of it in the greatest distress. For, at the moment of his entrance, officers were bearing away the humble furniture, for the paltry sum of 60 francs. He offered to pay the amount if they would come with him to his home. But they refused, and continued their operations in his presence. This irritated him to such a degree that he threatened to make use of his gun, and, at length, struck one of them so severe a blow with the stock of it that the fellow died immediately. He retired to a place near Bourg, in Bresse, where he married, and he afterwards established himself as a notary and commissary exterior in that province. An early death left his with a burden for a numerous family, of which Joseph was the eldest. Notwithstanding this calamity, he received an excellent education at the College of Bourg, and acquired great credit as a rhetorician and a composer of French verses. His studies and some juvenile travels completed, it became necessary for him to fix upon a mode of getting a living, and the narrowness of his mother's resources confined his efforts to trade. He went into the house of the bookseller at Lyon, attracted no doubt by the affinity between the bookseller and the man of letters. He remained here till 1790, when the passage of the rich, influential, and intellectual Countess Annie de Beauharnais through that city aroused all the provincial muses to make their offerings to the great lady. Among the poets, Michaud was so successful that he thought himself warranted in following her to Paris with the view of pursuing a literary career under her auspices. Immediately on his arrival, he laid the contents of his poetical portfolio before the public, and soon became the associate of Cerizier in the Gazette Universelle and Le Tesserade in the Postillon de la Guerre. His opinions and early associations led him towards the Romanist party, to which the accession of his talents was very acceptable. He may be said to have been faithful to his colors through all the disasters of the unhappy cause he had embraced. For, in spite of imprisonment, banishment, and repeated concealments, we find him, in 1799, publishing 2 satirical pamphlets against Bonaparte by the orders of Louis XVII. One of his escapes was so well managed and so opportunely effected that we will offer an account of it to our readers. He had been sent prisoner to Paris, walking between 2 mounted gendarmes, who were directed not to spare him, and if fatigue relaxed his speed, they were to refresh him with the flat sides of their sabers. As he entered Paris in this forlorn condition, he was met by a zealous Frank Gibbet, whose sorrow only set his fertile brain to work to devise means for his escape. As Michaud was, during many days, conducted from his prison to the Tuileries to undergo examination, Gigot at first thought that the best way would be to blow out the brains of the 2 gendarmes that escorted him. But this he rejected as unworthy of a man of genius. Choosing a point in Michaud's passage that would answer his purpose, he stopped the party, and affecting to know nothing of the matter, and not to have seen his friend since his arrival in Paris, was eager in his inquiries as to how his health was, what he was doing, where he was going, and insisted upon his breakfasting with him. No, answered Michaud, I have a little affair yonder, at the Tuileries, just a few words of explanation to give, only the business of a minute or 2. Begin breakfast without me, I shall be back presently. That won't do. That won't do. They do not dispatch people so quickly as all that. Perhaps they won't begin with you. Let us have our breakfast first. I dare say these gentlemen, pointing to the gendarmes, have not quite fasted, and will have no objection to a coconut and a glass of their own wine. And here's the best house in Paris, close at hand. The gendarmes, after a little faint hesitation, suffered themselves to be seduced, and prisoner, guards, and friends were soon comfortably seated at table. They eat, they drink, they pass bumper toasts, and talk a little about everything. But most particularly about Bresse and the good cheer that was there always to be met with, but the Police of Bresse. Never was such eating at the Police of Bresse. The mouths of the gendarmes watered at the bare description of them. Parbleu, gentlemen, cried Gibbet, since you have never partaken of our country police, I will undertake to convince you that there are none such in the 83 departments. We have plenty of time. You can eat a little bit more, and appetite comes with drinking, and he filled the glasses. Waiter, here! A breast bullet. No trace. Mind. It must be from breasts, not from hands. But stop. Michaud, you understand these things better than anybody. Have an eye to these fellows. Go down into the kitchen and see that they don't cheat us. Good health to you, gentlemen. Whilst they are drinking, Michaud rises and is soon out of the house. Gigot had the art to keep the guards another half-hour at table by saying his friend was only watching the cooking, for a breast pollock was worth nothing if not roasted à la presse. And when they discovered Michaud was not in the kitchen, he asserted it must either be a joke or else he was ill and gone home, and contrived to leave them alone useless, searching the way directly opposite to that which he knew the late prisoner had taken. Michaud's escape was a happy one, for that very day the council had condemned him to death. For Gigot's friendly zeal cost him nearly a month's imprisonment and placed his life even in jeopardy. The career of Bonaparte was so successful that, at length, further resistance seemed useless, and Michaud even wrote complimentary verses on the marriage of Napoleon with Maria Louisa and upon the birth of the young King of Rome. But this submission to circumstances was no voluntary homage. He was still at heart faithfully attached to the Bourbons. For a length of time he resisted the tempting offers of the Emperor, and one of his refusals, forthwith, if not for its patriotism, almost deserves to be placed by the side of Andrew Marvels. Fontaine's, Bonaparte's emissary, said to him, there must be an end of resistance. It is diminishing every day. Come, do as other men do. Look at Delille. For instance, he has just accepted a pension of 6,000 francs. Oh, as to that, replied Michaud, he is so frightened that he would accept a pension of 100,000 francs if you were to offer it to him. Posterity, perhaps, may be thankful that he was driven from politics to literature. During one of his necessary exiles, he had written his beautiful poem La Printemps d'un Prospect. He afterwards became associated with his brother as a bookseller, and planned and executed the works of which we will furnish a list. Whatever opinion might be entertained of his talents, it is more than probable that without his implied submission to Bonaparte, he never would have attained that object of the hopes of all French authors, the immortal Auteuil in the Academy. This honor he attained in 1813, and, upon the publication of his fourth volume, The History of the Crusades, had the gratification of signing himself Knight of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, and Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, titles bestowed upon him, unasked, by the commanders, representing the Order of St. John of Jerusalem in France. He watched with intense anxiety the madly ambitious career of Bonaparte, and hailed with unfeigned delight the return of his patrons, the Bourbons. He had no cause to complain of their ingratitude, and occupied as good a position as a literary man could expect, when the escape from Elba, during 100 days, disturbed his occupations and placed him in considerable danger. He left Paris, returned again, and put himself forward for struggle, but finding resistance dangerous and useless, he retired to the department of the Ain, where he concealed himself till the tempest had blown over. His celebrated journal reported in the meantime, degenerating into the Figure du Jour, or rather, as it would say, La Plume de last night's journal. For it was only edited by scissors, and contained nothing but scraps from the Monitor and other inoffensive journals. The mean Jean Yellow Dwarf took unfair advantage of him, enemy, who, he knew, could not answer him, and bestowed upon Michaud the sobriquet of Grand Master of the Order of the Extinguishers, which stuck to him with the polite pertinacity of sobriquets for many years after the second restoration of the Bourbons. He welcomed this, lest then by the publication of a pamphlet entitled The History of the 15 Weeks, or the Last Reign of Bonaparte, which had a great sale, 27 editions of it appearing in a very short period. Having, since his success as an author, separated from his brother as a bookseller and sold his share in the printing office. He, after 1815, gave himself up to the prosecution of his great work on the Crusades, and even parted with his portion of La Biographie Universelle. His love of politics led him, at this time, to get returned as deputy for the Department of the Ain, but alas, he found it very different thing for a man with a weak voice and totally unaccustomed to public speaking to sit and write uncontrolled and unobserved in his closet, and to be subject to the retort courteous of an enemy who watches for your mistakes, corrects your errors, and ruthlessly refutes all your favorite arguments. After the trial of one session, he retired from his deputyship and gave up all hopes of fame as an orator. During the celebrity of his journal, The Quotidian, he was made reader to the king, with a salary of 3,000 francs. To which appointment was attached the somewhat strange stipulation that he should never be called upon to perform its duties. After 1819, when the plan was devised to find out the influential journals, Michaud and his fellow proprietors were offered 500,000 francs for theirs, which our author declined. Monseigneur, said he to the Excellency who solicited him, there is but one thing for which I could be tempted to sell the Quotidian, and that would be a little help. If you could give me that, I might allow myself to be corrupted. The minister, Villèle, returned repeatedly to the charge, but when, in consequence of the increasing weakness of his health, the secretary Michaud parted with the greater part of his shares of the journal, it was only to pass them over to another self, his friend Lorraine. Whilst carrying on his great work, he had been surprised to meet with a vast quantity of matter which he had not dreamt of when he began
That's
it.
better.
And he conceived the idea of not only reconstructing his history, but of going to the Holy Land in search of more information. Although it was too late for such an attempt, his fame procured him encouragement, and the king, Charles X, so far favored it as to give him 25,000 francs to defray his expenses. He set out at the beginning of 1830. Whatever gratification he derived from his voyage, it must have been sadly damped on news he received from France during that eventful year. To complete his griefs, he likewise at this period lost 200,000 francs, the greater part of his fortune, which he had imprudently placed in unsafe hands. He still, however, had a moderate competence, and might have passed the remainder of his days in ease, but for that mismanagement to which the families of literary men are so frequently subject. On his return from the Holy Land he sojourned for a time in Italy, where he was kindly welcomed by his natural sovereign, Charles Albert. In 1837 he was named member of the Académie des Instructions. But honors from monarchs and academies could not put off the fatal hour, and he died at the elegant village of Passy on the 30th of September, 1839. On this occasion was exhibited an instance of what our poet calls the ruling passion, strong in death. Few authors received more adulation, and no one could be more covetous of it. Extraordinary instances are told of the copious draughts of this intoxicating beverage that were offered to him, and of the greediness with which he swallowed them. Never, says his biographer, although he loved to be called the La Fontaine of journalism, did he think of the second fable of the good man. One of the most extravagant of his flatterers said to a friend, admitted for a last interview, with all his weakness, not the least trace of decline of intellect. Still the same facility of expression, still the same lucidity. This aroused Michaud, upon whom the affectionate words of a sincere friend had just before produced no effect. He started, and sitting upright in his bed, exclaimed, in a tremulous voice, "Yes! Yes!" Still the same. Still, and he sunk exhausted and dying on his pillow. These were his last words. To criticize the works of Michaud properly would require a volume. We can therefore only lay before our readers a list of such as from their merit and celebrity are ever likely to fall under the eye of English readers. His greatest claim to the attention of posterity is doubtless the one before us, the history of the Crusades, of which his biographer, who is certainly less of a neurologist than anyone we ever saw assume a similar task, very justly says, it may be said, without exaggeration, that it is one of the most valuable historical works that our age has produced. To its completion he sacrificed almost every moment of 20 of the best years of his life. No reader requires to be told that it was a labor of love. He was the founder of, and a considerable contributor to, La Biographie Universelle, a work which England may envy France the conception and execution of. And, if to these we add his beautiful prologue in print and stenograph script, we think we name all that he wrote that would be interesting at the present day. The other historical works are feeble, and the political squids of a journalist after a lapse of half a century are only acceptable to those who may be writing the history of the time. In this latter vein we may, however, suppose him to have excelled. Mixed up, from an early age with politics and journalism, possessed of lively imagination and great facility of expression, constantly in the world, and deeply interested in its movements. We can fancy his first société, of which so much is said, to have been vacant and sparkling. We subjoin a specimen, written upon Bonaparte's expedition to Egypt. Q. Delorius tomb stands low, it QD fortunes produce. Q. de him scorn au tombeau, pour porter Bonaparte au news. See heroes fought as a war. En France, for so endowed. Les embroideries being pas encore, sail thou without sea canoes coat. What laurels in the waters fall, what fortunes stand no more to rise. What men lie shrouded in death's pall, that Bonaparte making the skies. This hero is worth his weight in gold. In France of that there's no one doubts. But greater far his worth, his soul, at what he costs, or thereabouts. As a conversation left his reputations down even higher than that of our Coleridge. For the stream was constant and abundant, and, at the same time much more prolific. One of our English biographical dictionaries says he was censor of the press under Louis XVII, but this we believe is not correct. Indeed, it was an office scarcely suitable for the editor and proprietor of such a journal as a Quotidian. He was a member of the Academy and of the Institute, a Knight of St. John of Jerusalem and of the Holy Sepulchre, and for a short time representative of the Department of the Age. These were his temporary honors. Much more durable and brilliant ones belong to him as the author of the work before us. W.R. Introduction. The history of the Middle Ages presents no spectacle more imposing than the Crusades, in which are to be seen the nations of Asia and of Europe, armed against each other, two religions contending for superiority and disputing the empire of the world. After having been several times threatened by Mussulmans and a long time exposed to their invasions, all at once the West arouses itself and appears, according to the expression of a Greek historian, to tear itself from its foundation, in order to precipitate itself upon Asia. All nations abandon their interests and their rivalries, and see upon the face of the earth but one single country worthy of the ambition of conquerors. One would believe that there no longer exists in the universe any other city but Jerusalem, or any other habitable spot of earth but that which contains the tomb of Jesus Christ. All the roads which lead to the holy city are deluged with blood, and present nothing but the scattered spoils and wrecks of empires. In this general confusion we may contemplate the sublimest virtues, mixed with all the disorders of the wildest passions. The Christian soldiers have at the same time to contend against famine, the influence of climate, and enemies the most formidable. In the greatest dangers, in the midst of their successes and their constant discords, nothing can exhaust either their perseverance or their resignation. After 4 years of fatigue, of miseries, and of victories, Jerusalem is taken by the Crusaders. But if their conquests are not the work of wisdom and prudence, but the fruit of blind enthusiasm and ill-directed heroism, they crave nothing but a transient power. The banner of the cross soon passes from the hands of Godfrida, blown down into those of his weak and imbecile successors. Jerusalem, now a Christian city, is obliged again to apply for support to the West. At the voice of Saint Bernard, the Christians take arms. Conducted by an Emperor of Germany and the King of France, They fly to the defense of the Holy Land. But they have no longer great captains among them. They
Defense.
have none of the magnanimity or heroic resignation of their fathers. Asia, which beholds their coming without terror, already presents a new spectacle. The disciples of Muhammad awaken from their apathy. They are at once seized with a frenzy equal to that which had armed their
They're
enemies.
pissed off.
They oppose enthusiasm to enthusiasm, fanaticism to fanaticism, and in their turn burn with desire to shed their blood in a religious war. The spirit of discord which had destroyed their power is no longer felt, but among the Christians. Luxury and the manners of the East weaken the courage of the defenders of the cross, and make them forget the object, even of the holy war. Jerusalem, which had cost the Crusaders so much
Maybe they never
blood,
cared.
falls
Man.
again into the power
Let's
of
go
the
cite
infidel,
somebody.
and
Let's go
becomes
plunder
the
something.
conquest of a wise and warlike prince who had united under his banner the forces of Syria and Egypt. The genius and fortune of Saladin inflict a mortal blow upon the ill-assured power of the Christians in the East. In vain an emperor of the West and two kings celebrated for their bravery, placed themselves at the head of the whole powers of their states to deliver Palestine. These new armies of crusaders meet everywhere with brave enemies and invincible barriers, and all their united efforts produce nothing but illustrious disasters. The kingdom of Jerusalem, for whose ruin they contend, is no longer anything but a vain meme. Soon even the captivity and the miseries of the holy city cease to inspire the sentiments of piety and enthusiasm that they had given birth to among the Christians. The crusaders who had taken up arms for its deliverance suffered themselves to be seduced by the wealth of Greece and stopped short to undertake the conquest of Constantinople. From that time the spirit of the Crusaders begins to change. Whilst a small number of Christians still shed their blood for the deliverance of the tomb of Jesus Christ, the princess and the knight are deaf to everything but the voice of ambition. The popes complete the corruption of the true spirit of the Crusaders by urging them on by their preaching against other Christian people and against their own personal enemies. The holy wars then degenerate into civil wars, in which both religion and humanity are outraged. These abuses of the Crusades, and the dire passions which had mixed themselves with them, plunge Europe in disorder and anarchy. When a pious king undertakes once more to arm the powers of the West against the infidels, and to revive among the Crusaders the spirit which had animated the companions of Godfrey. The two wars directed by this pious chief are more unfortunate than all the others. In the first, the world is presented with the spectacle of the captive army and the king, in Crithis. In the second, that of the powerful monarch dying in his ashes. Then the illusion disappears, and Jerusalem ceases to attract all the attention of the West. Soon after, the face of Europe is changed. Intelligence dissipates, barbarism. The Crusades no longer excite the same degree of enthusiasm, and the first effect of the civilization it begins to spread is to weaken the spirit of the fanaticism which had given them birth. Some few useless efforts are at times made to rekindle the fire, which had burned so fiercely in Europe and Asia. The nations are so completely recovered from the pious delirium of the Crusades, that, when Germany finds itself menaced by the Mussulmans who are masters of Constantinople, the banner of the cross can with difficulty gather an army around it. And Europe, which had risen in mass to attack the infidels in Asia, opposes but a feeble resistance to them in its own territories. Such is, in a few words, the picture of the events and revolutions which the historian of the Crusades has to describe. A writer who has preceded us by 2 centuries and who calls the history of the Crusades a ripe royal mystery is surprised at the silence reserved to his time. 3. I esteem it, says he, a deplorable thing that such persons, inferior in no way to those who have been so much celebrated by the Greeks and the Romans, should have fallen into such obscurity that we search in vain to discover who they were and what they did. And they appear to me highly culpable, who, possessing learning and the skill to write, have left these histories neglected. Everybody ought now to be of this opinion, and regret that our great writers have not entertained the noble subject of the Crusades. when I undertake to supply the want created by their silence, I am duly impressed with the difficulty of the task. They who, among us, have written ancient history, had for guides the historians of Rome and Athens. The brilliant colors of Livy, of Tacitus, of Thucydides presented themselves naturally to their pencils. But I have no models to follow, and am compelled to make those historians of the Middle Ages speak whom our times despise. They have really sustained me in my labor by the charm of their style, or the elegance of their narrations. But if they have afforded me now lessons in the art of writing, they transmit to me at least events whose interest will make up for the deficiency of their talent or mine. Perhaps it will be found, in the perusal of this history, that a period in which everything is astonishing loses nothing by being presented in a simple and faithful picture. The unpracticed of our old historians, in my view, appears to imitate the persons and the characters they describe. And if I have profited by that which they have taught me, the age in which they lived will not be overrepresented in my pages. It would have been easy for me to have censured with severity, as has usually been done, their ignorance and their credulity, but I respect in them the frankness and the candor of the periods of which they are the interpreters. Without yielding faith to all they say, I have not disdained the fables they relate to us, and which were believed by their contemporaries. For that which was thought worthy of credit then serves to picture to us the manners of our ancestors, and forms an essential part of the history of past ages. We do not now require much sagacity to discover in our ancient chronicles what is fabulous and what is not. A far more difficult thing is to reconcile, upon some points, the frequent contradictory assertions of the Latins, the Greeks, and the Saracens, and to separate, in the history of the Crusades, that which belongs to religious fanaticism, to policy, or to human passions. I do not pretend to resolve more skillfully than others these difficult problems, or to elevate myself above my subject, by offering positive judgments upon the nations and ages which will present themselves before me, without giving myself up to digressions in which it is always easy to make a display of learning. After having scrupulously examined the historical monuments which remain to us, I will tell honestly what I believe to be the truth, and will leave dissertations to the erudite, and conjectures to philosophers. In an age in which some value is set upon an opinion of the Crusades, it will be first asked if the wars of the Crusades were just. Upon this head we have but little to answer, whilst the Crusaders believed that they were obeying God himself by attacking the Saracens in the east, the latter, who had invaded a part of Asia possessed by Christian people, who had got possession of Spain, who threatened Constantinople, the coasts of Italy, and several countries of the West, did not reproach their enemies with making an unjust war, and left to fortune and victory the care of deciding a question almost always useless. We shall think it of more importance in this history to examine what was the cause and the nature of these remote wars, and what has proved to be their influence on civilization. The Crusades were produced by the religious and military spirit which prevailed in Europe during the Middle Ages. The love of arms and religious fervor were two dominant passions, which, mingling in some way, lent each other mutual energy. These two great principles united and acting together gave birth to the Holy War, and carried, among the Crusaders, the lure, recognition, and heroism of character to the highest degree of eminence. The part which the union of these two principles necessarily had in the undertaking of the Holy Wars will be plainly perceived in our narration. It will be much less easy for us to make all the results of the Crusades appreciated. Some writers have seen nothing in these great expeditions but the most deplorable excesses, without any advantage to the ages that succeeded them. Others, on the contrary, maintain that we owe to them all the benefits of civilization. It is not, at present, my business to examine these two conflicting opinions. Without believing that the Holy Wars have done either all the good or all the harm that is attributed to them, it must be admitted that they were a source of bitter sorrow to the generations that saw them or took part in them. But like the ills and tempests of human life, which render man better, and often assist the progress of his reason, they have forwarded the experiences of nations. And it may be said that after having for a time seriously agitated and shaken society, they have, in the end, much strengthened the foundations of it. This opinion, when stripped of all spirit of exaggeration or system, will, perhaps, appear the most reasonable. I, besides, experience some pleasure in adopting it, and it's been consolatory to the age in which we live. The present generation, which has witnessed the outbreak of so many passions on the political scene, which has passed through so many calamities, will not see without interest that Providence sometimes employs great revolutions to enlighten mankind, and to ensure the future prosperity of empires. Contents to both. I. Biographical notices of the author, page 5. Introduction to the history of the Crusades XC. Book AD 300 to 1095. First Crusade. Early pilgrimages to the Holy Land. Veneration for the Holy Sepulchre. Palestine visited by the early Christians. Jerusalem their peaceful asylum. Broken by our worshippers. Recaptured by Glaucus. Spread of the religion of Muhammad. Worship of the Magi annihilated by Mohammedanism. Emperor of Persia torn by intestine wars. Anarchy of the East. Fanaticism and bravery of the Saracens, their conquest, paganism annihilated by Mohammedanism, monarchy of the Goths overturned, Charles Martel, the Caliph Omar captures Jerusalem, Christians, persecuted by the Muslims, pilgrimages of Peter the Hermit, and C. Harun al-Rashid, Charlemagne, siege of Constantinople, Baghdad, conquest of the Arabians, St. Bernard commerce of the East, Caliphs of Baghdad,
Stay up there.
the Fatimites, the Greeks, Antioch, the Mysides, Emperor of the Greeks, Fatimite powers captured Jerusalem, Caliphs of
Come on,
Cairo,
Come on.
Roman of Tyre,
You know I'm ready.
persecutions of the Jews, Romans, welcome everywhere, King Robert, Memphis, Bethlehem, monasteries for the pilgrims, hospitals at Jerusalem, mystery of the redemption, pilgrimages of distinguished persons, the forerunner of the Crusades, the Turks, the Sultan Mahmud, Togglebeg, victorious career of the Turks, Malik Shah, Jerusalem captured, Nicaea, the Greeks, the Seljuk tribes, 11 emperors of Constantinople put to death, death of Semmises, military ardor of the Franks, Michael Lucas, Pope Gregory VII, power of the popes, Rome, Pope Hildebrand, Pope Victor III. Incites the Christians to take arms against the infidels, conquest of the Genoese and Pisans, Peter the Hermit, his interviews with the Patriarch of Jerusalem and Pope Urban II. The Crusades instigated by Peter, first determined on at the Council of Clermont, conducted by Urban II. Enthusiasm in their favorite pages 1 to 60. Book 2. AD 1096 to 1097. Immense armies collected in various parts of Europe. Peter, the herd chosen general of the crusade, opposed by the Hungarians and Bulgarians, Semlin, Nizza, the Crusaders, reached Constantinople, Alexius Comnenus, rapacity and cruelties of the Crusaders, their defeat and slaughter, fresh armies sent from Europe, their distinguished leaders. They waged war against the Greeks. Alliance of Godfrey, de Bouillon with Alexius of Constantinople, wretched situation of the remains of Peter's army in Bithynia, the Turkish power, kingdom of Erzurum, siege of Nice, battle of Gorgoni, the Turks defeated by the Crusaders, Sultan of Greece desolates the country, Antioch, Iconium, Tarsus, captured by Baldwin, this conflicts with the Tigrid, capture of Alexandria and Edessa by the Crusaders. They arrive in Mesopotamia, pages 61 to 125. Book 3 AD 1097 to 1099. The Crusaders everywhere triumphant, their sufferings in, passing Mount Taurus, enter Syria, Damascus, Aleppo, capture of Chalcis and Ardisha, siege of Antioch, Swino, Denmark, barbarous treatment of the Turks, ambassadors from Egypt, city of Haram, the Crusaders relieved by the peasants, and Genoese Baldwin, Prince of Edessa, Antioch captured, quarrel of Godfrey de Bouillon and government, Turboga, Sultan of Mosul, Sultan of Persia sending in an army against the Crusaders. Contests before Antioch, sufferings of the Crusaders. Civil policy of Alexius. Turboga, besieges Antioch, pretended miracles, the sacred lands. Speech of Peter the Hermit to the Saracen leaders. And Turboga's haughty reply, Saracens defeated by the Crusaders. Instance of heroic bravery, magnificent. Encampment of Turboga, the miraculous influence of the Holy Land doubted. Death of Baldwin Count of Hela, fatal epidemic at Antioch. Death of Bishop High, docility of a lion, Geoffrey de la Tour, found and his widow, he says. The Emir allies himself with the Crusaders and defeats the Sultan of Aleppo. Letters conveyed by pigeons, miraculous prodigies, capture of Mora, conquest in Syria by the Crusaders, pages 126 to 186. Book 4. AD 1099 to 1103. The Crusaders take their departure from Antioch and march for Palestine. Siege of Archas, Pons de Belissu, Arnold of Rose, and his disbelief in prodigies, fanaticism of Bartholomew, the Holy Lands, ordeal by fire, hatred of Latin sports the Greeks, Caliph of Cairo, Emir of Tripoli, defeated, Palestine, Phoenicia, Plain of Berytus, serpents, Ptolemy, Emmaus and Bethlehem, alarm from an eclipse. The city of Jerusalem, enthusiasm of the Crusaders on first, beholding it, siege of Jerusalem, indignities heaped upon the Christians, fountain of Siloam, the Genoese fleet enter, the port of Jaffa, Gaston de Bern, Mount of Olives, address of Arnold de Rose, speech of Peter the Hermit to the Crusaders, Tower of Tancred, machines used at the siege of Jerusalem, the Saracen magicians, miraculous appearance of St. George, the Crusaders enter Jerusalem by storm, Cretan, Grano, Ever de Pizai, Mosque of Hallmark, slaughter of the Muslims, and pious fervor of the Christians, destruction of the Jews, well found in Jerusalem, discovery of the true cross, speech of the Count of Flanders, prophetic visions, Godfrey elected king of Jerusalem, rejoicings among the Christians, and despair of the Muslims, elegy of Macabre Baverdi, AFDHL, the Muslim commander, signal defeat of the Saracens at Ascalon, Tasso, Godfrey's quarrel with Raymond, siege of Ascalon, Riot at Laik, Stephen de Salvia, Peter de Salvia, death of Gaston de Bern, Peter the Hermit and many of the Christian leaders returned to Europe. William IX, Count of Flanders, sets out for the east. William, Count de Nevers, defeated by the Turks. Eudes, Duke of Burgundy, slain. Conrad, Marshal of Henry I of Germany, both 9. Duca, Bavaria, Humbert II. Countess of Rome, divorced for the Holy Land. Alexius, Emperor of Constantinople, opposes the Crusaders. City of Ankara captured. The Crusaders defeated by the Turks. Capture of Tortosa. Invasion of the Tartars. Tassos Jerusalem delivered ordinances of Gastinda. Burn pages 187 to 264. Book VAD 1099 to 1148. Kingdom founded by the victories of the Crusaders. State of Palestine at that period. Political measures of Godfrey. Tiberius captured by Tancred. Siege of Arcer, Jerusalem, visited by numerous pilgrims and distinguished crusaders. Archbishop Daimbert elected Patriarch of Jerusalem. Assizes of Jerusalem, death of Godfrey. His brother, Baldwin elected king, carries on successful hostilities against the infidels of Palestine, Egypt, and Sea. Caesarea and Arcer besieged and captured. City of Ramla taken by the Saracens. Hospitallers of St. John. Insidious policy of Alexius. Jocelyn de Courtenay. Baldwin taken prisoner. Bohemond, Prince of Antioch, visits Italy and returns with a large army against Alexius. His death. Release of Baldwin. Distresses of Antioch. Quarrels between Baldwin and the Patriarch of Jerusalem. The Genoese and Pisan. Fleets assist the Crusaders. Siege and capture of Ptolemy. Armies of Egypt defeated. Tripoli, Byblis, Sireta, Berytus, and Sidon taken by the Crusaders. Sigurd, Prince of Norway, the true cross death of Taggart, the Christians, defeated, Palestine devastated, death of Baldwin II, Borg elected King of Jerusalem, taken prisoner, Eustache, Rainier, regent, the Phoenicians destroyed the fleet of the Saracens, and conquered Tyre, release of Baldwin, several cities of Egypt captured, the Ismailites, Zengi, Prince of
Alright, I'm gonna try
Mazi,
it.
dynasty of the Advex, flourishing state of Antioch, Edessa, Tripoli, and C. Knights of St. John and of the Holy Sepulchre, the Templars, death of Baldwin du Bourg, Falk of Anjou crowned King of Jerusalem, Raymond of Poitiers appointed governor of Antioch, the Emperor of Constantinople attacks Antioch, Melisende, Queen of Jerusalem, Baldwin III ascends the throne, disastrous, retreat from Bosra, the country of Traconite, conquest of Zengi, death of Jocelyn de Courtenay, Nureddin, son of Zengi, captures Edessa, and threatens Jerusalem pages 265 to 328. Book 6.
Delta 7 for us. About which one?
Let's see how we're doing. Okay, we're into the first hour. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Gonna go to intermission. Get some fluids in me. Back again. I'm trying to get it together, folks. I know I seem down, and yeah, things are okay. They're a little bit better these days. Certainly are, and I think everything's gonna work out fine. I hear the enemy. But yeah, I'm not my usually chipper dipper self. I know that, but I'm working on it. Trying to come back, make a comeback. They're closing in. Foxtrot uniform? What does that mean? F you?
Copy 130 magnetic laser target line. Heading to 090 plus or minus
6. 1142 to 1148. Second Crusade. Europe aroused to a second crusade by the impending dangers of Jerusalem and the Holy Land. The Albert Street Bernard, Louis VII. A prince, he destroys victory, repents, and determines on a crusade against the infidels. Eugenius III invokes the assistance of the faithful, Hans, abbot of Vezelai, preaching Saint Bernard, state of the Germanic Empire, Conrad III. Invokes General Dietrich, Spires, and engages in the crusade. Many distinguished personages take the cross. Enthusiasm of the Germans, Conrad and Louis VII. Arrive at Constantinople. Hypocritical policy of the emperor and treachery of the Greeks. Alarm created by an eclipse of the sun. The Crusaders defeated by the Turks. The Oriflamme. Fatal blunder of Geoffrey de Rankin. Reported death of Louis VII Everard des Barres, Grand Master of the Templars. Perfidious policy of the Greeks. Sufferings of the Crusaders. Louis VII arrives at Antioch with a small portion of his army. Eleanor of Guienne repudiated by her husband. Louis VII proceeds to the Holy Land. Conrad arrives at Jerusalem. Baldwin III urges on the war. The Crusaders besiege Damascus and are repulsed. Adolf, the father of Saladin, displays Crusaders in Spain and Portugal. Sugar, Minister of France, unfortunate results of this crusade. The conquest of Noureddin, the death of Raymond, Jocelyn, Sugar, and Saint Bernard, pages 329 to 381. Book 780, 1148 to 1188. Third Crusade. The religion of Muhammad stayed at the east at the time of the Third Crusade. Dynasties of the Saracens and the Turks, almost annihilated. Caliphs of Baghdad, the chiefs of Islamism, heroic character of Noureddin, capture of Aslan by Baldwin III. Baldwin's death. His brother-in-law elected, his successor, the distracted state of Egypt, warlike preparations against capture of Bilbais by Baldwin. The Syrians invade Egypt. Baldwin married the daughter of the Emperor Emmanuel, makes war on Egypt, the deposition and death of the Caliph. The Fatimid dynasty extinguished. Extensive power of Noureddin, the Sultan of Aleppo and Damascus. Saladin, the vizier of Egypt. Death of Noureddin, empire of the Atabecs declines. Death of Amori, the victories of Saladin in Syria. Baldwin IV, King of Jerusalem. The Mamluks, Guy of Lusignan, Reno the Chatillon, raised to the throne of Antioch. His various military adventures. Rebellion of Guy de Lusignan, the distracted state of Jerusalem. Interview between Henry II of England and Heraclius, Patriarch of Constantinople. Philip Augustus, King of France. Death of Baldwin IV and Guy de Lusignan. The Sovereign of Jerusalem. Sibylla, daughter of Amori. The Templars defeated with great slaughter. Tiberius taken by Saladin. Disastrous defeat of the Christians. Capture of the True Cross. Guy de Lusignan and many distinguished knights taken prisoners or slain. Saladin captures Ptolemy, Ascalon, Gaza, and numerous other cities in Palestine. He takes possession of Jerusalem, sufferings of the Christians. The Archbishop of Tyre preaches in support of the Holy War.
Yeah, I
Henry
need to
II
go with the photo.
of England, Richard I and Philip of France determined on renewing the Holy War, persecution and massacre of the Jews. Archbishop Baldwin preaches the crusade in England. Frederick Barbarossa engages in the crusade. Miraculous vision, intentions between the Greeks and the Latins. Andronicus of Constantinople dethroned, the Greeks defeated by Barbarossa. His victorious career, his death pages 382 to 450. Book 8. AD 1188 to 1192. The conquest of Saladin, Conrad of Montferrat, siege of Tyre, Marquis of Montferrat, the Green Knight siege of Tripoli, William, King of Sicily, engages in the Holy War, Admiral Margaret defends Tripoli, capture of Tortosa, heroic defense of Carrick, release of Guy de Lusignan, his siege of Ptolemy, and his numerous conflicts with Saladin, description of Ptolemy, Carricosh, minister of Saladin, Conrad, Marquis of Tyre, fits out a fleet for the Holy Land, bravery of the Mamelukes, death of Andre the Brian, defeat of the Crusaders at Ptolemy by Saladin, death of Frederick, Duke of Swabia, and of Sibylla, wife of Guy de Lusignan, disputes about the succession to the Kingdom of Jerusalem, Humphrey de Bohun, Conrad, Eleanor of Guyenne, Philip of France arrives at Palestine, Cyprus, captured by Richard I is married to Berengaria of Navarre, Jane, Queen of Sicily, Isaac Comnenus, disputes respecting the sovereignty of Jerusalem, arrival of Richard I before the walls of Ptolemy, his quarrels with Philip of France, conflicts with Saladin, Ptolemy taken by the Christians, Guy de Chatillon, Jocelyn de Montmorency, and some of the greatest nobility of Europe. Slain, the Mohammedans, Leopold, Duke of Austria, Philip of France, quits Palestine, and returns to France. Battle of Arcer, Ascalon destroyed by Saladin, and rebuilt by Richard I. Richard marches on Jerusalem. Conrad assassinated. Treaty of peace between Richard and Saladin. Guy de Lusignan obtains the sovereignty of Cyprus. Palestine ceded to Henry, Count of Champagne. Characters of Richard I and of Saladin. Leopold of Austria detains Richard as a prisoner. Death of Saladin. Malik takes possession of Egypt, pages 451 to 509. History. 11. The Crusades. Book 1. AD 300 to 1095. From the earliest ages of the Church, a custom had been practiced of making pilgrimages to the Holy Land. Judea, full of religious remembrances, was still the promised land of the faithful. The blessings of heaven appeared to be in store for those who visited Calvary, the tomb of Jesus Christ, and renewed their baptism in the waters of the Jordan. Under the reign of Constantine, the ardor for pilgrimages increased among the faithful. They flocked from all the provinces of the empire to worship Jesus Christ upon his own tomb, and to trace the steps of the God in a city which had but just resumed its meaning, and which the piety of an emperor had caused to issue from its ruins. The Holy Sepulchre presented itself to the eyes of the pilgrims, surrounded by magnificence which redoubled their veneration. An obscure cavern had become a marble temple, paved with precious stones and decorated with splendid colonnades.
Good.
To the east of the Holy Sepulchre appeared the Church of the Resurrection, in which they could admire the riches of Asia, mingled with the arts of Greece and Rome. Constantine celebrated the 31st year of his reign by the inauguration of this church, and thousands of Christians came on occasion of the solemnity to listen to the prayer of Christ from the lips of the learned and holy Bishop Eusebius. Saint Helena, the mother of the emperor, repaired to Jerusalem at a very advanced age, and caused churches and chapels to be built upon Mount Tabor, in the city of Nazareth, and in the greater part of the places which Christ had sanctified by his presence and his miracles. From this period, pilgrimages to the Holy Land became much more frequent. The pilgrims, no longer in dread of the persecutions of the pagans, could now give themselves up without fear to the fervor of their devotion. the Roman eagles, ornamented with the cross of Jesus Christ, protected them on their march. They everywhere trampled underfoot the fragments of idols, and they traveled amidst the abodes of their fellow Christians. When the Emperor Julian, in order to weaken the authority of the prophecies, undertook to rebuild the temple of the Jews, numerous were the prodigies related by which God confounded his designs, and Jerusalem, for that attempt even, become more dear to the disciples of Jesus Christ. The Christians did not cease to visit Palestine's Saint Jerome, who, towards the end of the 4th century, had retired to Bethlehem, informs us in one of his letters that pilgrims brought in crowds in Judea, and that around the holy tomb the praises of the Son of God were to be heard, uttered in many languages.
Come on, guys. Come on.
From this period, donations to the Holy Land were so numerous that several doctors and fathers of the Church thought it their duty to point out the abuses and danger of the practice. They told Christians that
help,
might turn them aside from the path of salvation. The law was not confined to one city, that Jesus Christ was everywhere where faith and good works were to be found. But such was the blind zeal which then drew the Christians towards Jerusalem, that the voice of the holy doctors was scarcely heard. For the councils of enlightened piety were not able to evade the ardor of the pilgrims, who believed they should be wanting in faith and zeal, if they did not adore Jesus Christ in the very places where, according to the expression of Saint Jerome, the light of the gospel first shone from the top of the Holy Cross. As soon as the people of the West became converted to Christianity, they turned their eyes to the East. From the depths of Gaul, from the forests of Germany, from all the countries of Europe, the new Christians were to be seen hastening to visit the cradle of the faith they had embraced. An itinerary for the use of pilgrims served them as a guide, from the banks of the Rhone and the Jordan to the shores of the Jordan, and conducted them on their return from Jerusalem to the
What is down here?
cities of Italy. 5.
Oh, yeah. You can get
When the
through
world
it.
was ravaged by the Goths, the Huns, and the Vandals, the pilgrimages to the Holy Land were not at all interrupted. Pious travelers were protected by the hospitable virtues of the barbarians, who began to respect the cause of Christ, and sometimes even followed the pilgrims to Jerusalem. In these times of trouble and desolation, the pilgrim, who bore his scrip and staff, often passed the fields of carnage, and traveled without fear amidst armies which threatened the empires of the East and the West. Illustrious families of Rome came to seek an asylum at Jerusalem, and upon the tomb of Jesus Christ, Christians then found on the
My
banks
fault.
of the Jordan that peace which seemed to be banished from the rest of the world. This peace, which lasted several centuries, was not troubled before the reign of Heraclius. Under this reign, the armies of Khosroes, king of Persia, invaded Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. The holy city fell into the hands of the worshippers of fire. The conquerors bore away into captivity vast numbers of Christians and profaned the churches of Jesus Christ. All the faithful deplored the misfortunes of Jerusalem, and showed
Dang you.
when they learned that the king of Persia had carried off among the spoils of the vanquished the crosses of Abir, which had been preserved in the Church of the Resurrection. Heaven, at length, touched by the prayers and affliction of the Christians, left the arms of Heraclius, who, after 10 years of reverses, triumphed over the enemies of Christianity in the empire, and brought back to Jerusalem the Christians whose chains he had broken. Then was to be seen an emperor of the East, walking barefooted in the streets of the holy city, carrying on his shoulders to the summit of Calvary the wood of the true cross, which he considered the most glorious trophy of his victories. This imposing ceremony was a festival for the people of Jerusalem and the Christian Church, which, latter still, every year celebrates the memory of it. 6. When Heraclius re-entered Constantinople, he was received as the liberator of the Christians, and the kings of the West sent ambassadors to congratulate him. But the joy of the faithful was not of long duration. Toward the beginning of the 7th century, there had arisen, in an obscure corner of Asia, a new religion, opposed to all others, which preached dominion and war. Muhammad had promised the conquest of the world to his disciples, who had issued almost naked from the deserts of Arabia. By his passionate doctrine, he was able to inflame
Locked
the
up.
imagination of the Arabs, and on the field of battle knew how to inspire them with his own impetuous courage. His first successes, which must have greatly exceeded his hopes, wrought so many miracles, increasing the confidence of his partisans and carrying conviction to the minds of the weak and wavering. The political state of the East seemed to offer no obstacle to the progress of the sect, which, from its birth, showed itself everywhere with fire and sword. The worship of the Magi was sinking into contempt. The Jews scattered throughout Asia were opposed to the Sabians and divided amongst themselves. And the Christians, under the names of Eutychians, Nestorians, Maronites, and Jacobites, were engaged in heaping reciprocally anathemas upon one another. The Empire of Persia, torn by intestine wars and attacked by the barbarous races of Tartary, had lost both its power and splendor. That of the Greeks, weakened both within and without, was hastening to its fall. Everything was perishing in the East, says Joshua. A new religion, a new empire, sprang up easily in the midst of ruins. The armed doctrine of Muhammad invaded, within a very short period, Sicily, Arabia, a part of Syria, and a large division of Persia. After the death of the Prophet of Mecca, his lieutenants and the companions of his first exploits carried on his great work. The sight of conquered provinces only increased the fanaticism and the bravery of the Saracens. They had no fear of death in the field of battle, for, according to the words of their prophet, paradise, with all its voluptuous pleasures, awaited those who precipitated themselves upon the enemy, and behind them held open its abysses. Their conquests were so much more rapid from their uniting in their military and religious government, the prompt decision of despotism with all the passions that are admitted in the republic. Masters of Persia and Syria, they soon took possession of Egypt. Their victorious battalions flowed on into Africa, planted the standard of the Prophet upon the ruins of Carthage, and carried the terror of their arms to the shores of the Atlantic. From India to the Straits of Cadiz, and from the Caspian Sea to the ocean, language, manners, religion, everything was changed. What had remained of paganism was annihilated to begin with the worship of the Magi. Christianity scarcely subsisted, and Europe itself was threatened with a similar destruction. Constantinople, which was the bulwark of the West, saw before it all the innumerable hosts of Saracens. Several times besieged both by sea and land, the city of Constantine only owed its safety to the Greek fire, to the assistance of the Bulgarians, and to the inexperience of the Arabs in the art of navigation. During the first age of the Hijra, the conquest of the Muslims were only bounded by the sea which separated them from Europe. But when they had constructed vessels, no nation was safe from their invasion. They ravaged the isles of the Mediterranean, the coasts of Italy and Greece. Fortune or treason made them masters of Spain, where they overturned the monarchy of the Goths. They took advantage of that, with the children of Clovis to penetrate into the southern provinces of Gaul, and were only stopped in their invasions by the victories of Charles Martel. Amidst the first conquest of the Saracens, they had turned their eyes towards Jerusalem.
Help!
According to the faith of the Muslims, Muhammad had been in the city of David and Solomon. It was from Jerusalem that he set out to ascend into heaven in this nocturnal voyage. The Saracens
Made it all the way
considered
through.
Jerusalem as the house of God, as the city of saints and miracles. A short time after the death of the prophet, the soldiers of Omar besieged it. The Christians, animated by despair, swore to defend the city. The siege lasted 4 months, each day being marked by sorties or attacks. The Saracens approaching the walls repeating the words of the Quran, "Let us enter into the holy land which God has promised us." After enduring all the miseries of a long siege, the inhabitants of Jerusalem at length surrendered to the Caliph Omar, who himself came into Palestine to receive the keys and the submission of the conquered city. The Christians had the grief of seeing the Church of the Holy Sepulchre profaned by the presence of the chief of the infidels. The patriarch, Sophonius, who accompanied the Caliph, could not refrain from repeating these words of Daniel, "The abomination of desolation is in the holy place." Jerusalem was filled with mourning, a gloomy silence reigned in the churches, and in all the places in which the hymns of the Christians had so long resounded. Although the poor had left them to exercise their worship, they were obliged to conceal their crosses and their sacred books. The bell no longer summoned the faithful to prayer. The pomp of ceremonies was interdicted, and religion appeared but as a desolate widow. The Caliph ordered a mosque to be erected on the spot whereon the Temple of Solomon had been built. The aspect of this edifice, consecrated to the worship of the infidels, still further increased the affliction of the Christians. History relates that the patriarch Sophonius was unable to support the sight of so many profanations and died in despair, deploring the misfortunes and captivity of the holy city. In the meantime, the presence of Omar, of whose moderation the East boasts, restrained the jealous fanaticism of the Muslims. After his death, the faithful had much more to suffer. They were driven from their houses, insulted in their churches. The tribute which they had to pay to the new masters of Palestine was increased, and they were forbidden to carry arms or to mount on horseback. A leathern girdle, which they were never allowed to leave without, was the badge of their servitude. The conquerors would not permit the Christians to speak the Arab tongue, sacred to the disciples of the Quran. And the people who remained faithful to Jesus Christ had not liberty even to pronounce the name of the Patriarch of Jerusalem without the permission of the Saracens. All these persecutions could not stop the crowd of Christians who repaired to Jerusalem. The sight of the holy city sustaining their courage as it heightened their devotion. There were no evils, no outrages, that they could not support with resignation when they remembered that Christ had been loaded with chains and had died upon the cross in the places they were about to visit.
Yeah.
Among the faithful of the West who arrived in Asia in the midst of the early
Man, can you
conquest of
imagine
the
not being
Muslims,
allowed to say
history has
priest
preserved the names of Saint Archelaus and Saint Antoninus of Plaisance.
Who cares? You
The
can say
latter
it
had borne
in
arms with
private.
distinction when he determined to follow the pilgrims who were setting out for Jerusalem. He traversed Syria, Palestine, and Egypt.
That's
On his
fanaticism.
arrival on the banks of the Jordan, Judea had not yet fallen into the hands of the infidels. But the fame of their victories already filled the East, and their armies were threatening the holy city. Several years after the pilgrimage of Saint Antoninus, Archelaus, accompanied by Peter, a French hermit, set out from the coast of England in a vessel bound for Syria. He remained 9 months at Jerusalem, then under the dominion of the enemies of Christ. On his return to Europe, he related what he had seen in Palestine and in all the sacred spots visited by the pilgrims of the West. The account of his pilgrimage was drawn up by a holy monk of the
Heaven,
Hebrides
please.
for the information and edification of the faithful.
Say.
The Christians of Palestine, however, enjoyed some short intervals of security during the civil wars of the Muslims. If they were not
Can you die? No, 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 no.
they could at least weep in peace upon the tomb of Christ. The dynasty of the Umayyads, which had established the seat of the Muslim empire at Damascus, was always pleased to the
Right when I jump out,
every
you know,
of
he
their
has to
lives,
go.
and employed itself blessing,
Oh, I had a shot on
persecuting
somebody.
the Christians and
Right
imprisoning
now,
its
on
own
the
precarious
road.
power.
There you go.
Ruin too.
Close the
Last
gate on
caliph
me.
of this house was the most
Ouch!
revered.
Who are you? What are you doing? Oh, I hate you.
And
Oh,
when
I
he,
hate you.
with all his family, some other the
I don't hate
his
you, buddy.
enemies,
I
the
just,
Christians
you
and
know,
the infidels yielded in.
Those
Faced him
globular
and
mobula of
delivered the
imperviosity
east tyranny.
globes.
The outer
hate
side
those.
was established in the city
It's
of
not you
Baghdad,
personally.
which they had founded, persecuted, and tolerated the Christians by turns. The Christians, always living between fear of persecution and the hope of transient security, saw at last the cross of their happier days dawn upon them with the reign of Harun al-Rashid, the greatest caliph of the race of us. Under this reign the glory of Charlemagne, which had reached Asia, protected the churches of the East. 9. His pious liberality relieved the indigence of the Christians of Alexandria, of Carthage, and Jerusalem. the two greatest princes of their age, testified the mutual esteem by frequent embassies. They sent each other magnificent presents. And, in the friendly intercourse of two powerful monarchs, the East and the West exchanged the richest productions of their soil and their industry. The presence of Haroun created a lively surprise in the court of Charlemagne, and gave a high idea of the arts and riches of Asia. The monarch of the Franks took pleasure in showing to the inroads of the Caliph the magnificence of the religious ceremonies of the Christians. Witnesses at Aix-la-Chapelle of several processions in which the clergy had exhibited all their most precious ornaments. The ambassadors, on their return to Baghdad, reported that they had seen men of gold. There was no doubt policy in the marks of esteem which Haroun lavished upon the most powerful of the princes of the West. He was making war against the emperors of Constantinople, and might justly fear that it would interest the bravest among the Christian people in their cause. The popular traditions of Byzantium foretold that the Latins would someday be the liberators of Greece. And in one of the first sieges of Constantinople by the Saracens, they report only the arrival of the Franks had reanimated the courage of the besieged and carried terror into the ranks of the Mussulmans. In the time of Haroun, the name of Jerusalem already exercised so powerful an influence over the Christians of the West that it was sufficient to rouse their warlike enthusiasm and raise armies to serve against the infidels. 2. Take from the Franks every pretext for a religious war, which might make them embrace the cause of the Greeks, and draw them into Asia. The Caliph neglected the opportunity of obtaining the friendship of Charlemagne, and caused the gates of the Holy City and of the Holy Sepulchre 10 to be presented to him. This homage, rendered to the greatest of the Christian monarchs, was celebrated with enthusiasm in contemporary legends, which afterwards caused it to be believed that this prince had made the voyage and completed the conquest of Jerusalem. 11.
Where's this guy?
Haroun treated the Christians of the Latin church as his own subjects, and the children of the Caliph imitated his moderation. Under their sway, Baghdad was the abode of the sciences and the arts. The Caliph, Al-Mu'min, says an Arabian historian, was not ignorant that they who labor in the advancement of reason are the elect of God. Intelligence polished the manners of chiefs of Islamism and inspired them with a toleration till the time unknown to Muslims. Whilst the Arabians of Africa were pursuing their conquests toward the west, whilst they took possession of Sicily, and Rome itself saw its suburbs and its churches of St. Peter and St. Paul invaded and pillaged by infidels, the servants of Jesus Christ prayed in peace within the walls of Jerusalem. 12. The pilgrims of the West, who arrived there without danger, were received in a hospital, the foundation of which was attributed to Charlemagne, according to the report of the monk, Bernard XIII, who himself performed the pilgrimage to the Holy Land about the middle of the 9th century. The hospital for the pilgrims of the Latin Church was composed of 12 houses with hostelry. 2. This pious establishment were attached fields, vineyards, and a garden, situated in the valley of G-Shaprat. This hospital, like those which the Emperor of the West founded in the north of Europe, had a library, always open to Christian travelers. From the 10th century there existed in the neighborhood of the
killing us so bad?
a cemetery in which were interred the pilgrims who died at Jerusalem. Among the tombs of the faithful dwelt the servants of God. This place, said the relation of Saint Antoninus, covered with fruit trees, dotted with sepulchres and humble cells, brings together the dead and the living, in presence at once a cheerful and melancholy picture. The desire of visiting the tomb of Jerusalem was joined the earth, wished to procure relics, which were then sought for with eagerness by the devotion of the faithful. All who returned from the East made it their glory to bring back to their country some precious remains of Christian antiquity, and above all the bones of holy martyrs, which constituted the ornament of the riches of their churches, and upon which princes and kings swore to respect truth and justice. The productions of Asia likewise attracted the attention of the people of Europe. We read in 14, Gregory of Tours, that the wine of Gaza was
One
celebrated
way
in France
or
in the reign of
another,
Godrin.
I'm gonna find
15, that the
I'm gonna
silk
get you,
and
get you,
precious
get you,
stones
get you
of the
one
East
way.
added to the splendor of the dresses of the great and the noble. And that street, alike at the court of Dagobert, did not disdain to clothe himself in the rich stuffs of Asia. Commerce attracted a great number of Europeans to Egypt, Syria, and Palestine.
Oh, no.
The Venetians, the Genoese, the Pisans, the merchants of the Nile, Marseille, had all stores at Alexandria, in the maritime cities of Petra, and in the city of Jerusalem. Before the church of Saint Louis Lalatine, says the Mont Bernard, already quoted, extended a large place or square, which was called the Market of the Crags.
Stay right where you are.
Every year, on the 15th of September, a fair was opened on Mount Calvary, in which were exchanged the productions of Europe for those of the East. Greek and Syrian Christians were established even in the city of Baghdad, where they devoted themselves to trade, exercised the art of medicine, and cultivated the sciences. They attained by their learning the
Good.
most considerable employments, and
Come on,
sometimes
guys.
even attained the
Just tip it
command
over
of
one
cities
more.
and the government of provinces. One of the caliphs of the reign of Abbas 16 declared that the disciples of Christ were the most worthy
Yeah,
to be
Corvettes,
trusted
come
with
on.
the administration of Persia.
Stand right there.
In short,
Oh, you
the
suck.
Christians of Palestine and the Muslim provinces, the pilgrims and travelers who returned from the East, seemed no longer to have any persecution to dread when all at once new storms broke out in the East. The children of Rome soon shared the fate of the posterity of Charlemagne, and Asia, like the West, was plunged into the
Oh, I
horrors
hate
of
you.
anarchy and civil war. As the empire founded by Mohammed for its principal spirit of conquest, as the state was not defended by any provident institution, and as all depended upon the personal character of the prince, it might easily be perceived that symptoms of decay began to appear as soon as there remained nothing else to conquer and achieve. Ceased either to make themselves feared or to inspire respect. The caliphs of Baghdad, rendered effeminate by luxury, and corrupted by long prosperity, abandoned the cares of empire, buried themselves in their serapees, and appeared to reserve to themselves no other right than that of being named in the top affairs. The Arabians were now longer governed by that blind zeal, and that ardent fanaticism which they had brought from the desert. Degenerated, like their chief, they no longer resembled their warlike ancestors who would weep at not having been present at a battle. The authority of the caliphs had lost its true defenders. And when despotism surrounded itself with slaves purchased on the banks of the Asas, this foreign militia, called in to defend the throne, only precipitated its fall. New sectaries, seduced by the example of Muhammad and persuaded that the world would obey those who should change its manners or opinions, added the danger of religious dissensions to that of political troubles. In the midst of the general confusion, the emirs or lieutenants, of whom several governed vast kingdoms, no longer offered anything beyond paying homage to the successor of the prophet, and refused to send in either money or troops. The gigantic empire of the Abbasids crumbled away on all sides, and the world, according to the expression of an Arabian writer, was within the reach of him who would take possession of it. The spiritual power was itself divided. Islamism beheld at one time 5 caliphs, each of whom assumed the title of commander of the faithful and vicar of Muhammad. The numerous dynasties which sprung up amidst the troubles of Asia shared amongst them the spoils of the sovereign of Baghdad. Those which ruled over Persia and upon the banks of the Tigris, under the pretense of defending the Muslim religion, subjected their spiritual chiefs to the most humiliating subserviency. At the same time, the Fatimites, who pretended to be descended from Ali, and who had usurped the title of Caliph, raised armies and launched anathemas against the Abbasides. They had taken possession of Egypt, and they threatened to invade Syria and to march to Baghdad and dethrone the vicars of the Prophet. The Greeks then appeared to rouse themselves from the long supineness and sought to take advantage of the divisions and the humiliation of the Saracens. Nicephorus focused the field at the head of a powerful army and recaptured Antioch from the Mussulmans. Already the people of Constantinople celebrated his triumphs and styled him the Star of the East, the death and the scourge of the infidels. He might, perhaps, have merited these titles if the Greek clergy had seconded his efforts. Nicephorus was desirous of giving to his ward 17 a religious character and to place in the rank of martyrs all who should fall in prosecuting it. The prelates of his emperor condemned his design as sacrilegious and opposed to him a canon of St. Basil, the text of which recommended to him who had killed an enemy to abstain during 3 years from a participation in the holy mysteries. Deprived of the powerful stimulus of monasticism, Nicephorus found among the Greeks more panegyrists than soldiers, and could not pursue his advantages against the Saracens, to whom, even in their decline, religion prescribed resistance and promised victory. His triumphs, which were celebrated at Constantinople with enthusiasm, were confined to the taking of Antioch, and only served to create a persecution against the Christians of Palestine. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, accused of keeping up an understanding with the Greeks, expired at the stake, and several churches of the Holy City were consigned to the flames. A Greek army, under the command of Eumelicus, had advanced to the gates of Amidal, a city situated on the banks of the Tigris. This army was attacked in the midst of a hurricane by the Saracens, who raided it and made a great number of prisoners. The Christian soldiers who fell into the hands of the infidels heard, in the prisons of Baghdad, of the death of Nicephorus. Cadicimenes, his successor, gave no attention to the deliverance. Their chief wrote to him in these terms: "You who leave us to perish in an accursed land, and who do not deem us worthy to be buried, according to Christian usages, in the tombs of our fathers, we cannot recognize you as a legitimate chief of the Holy Greek Empire. If you do not avenge those who fell before Amidal, and those who now sigh for demands, God will demand a strict account of them of you at the terrible day of judgment." When Zimishes received this letter at Constantinople, says an Armenian historian, 18, he was penetrated with grief and resolved to avenge the outrage inflicted upon religion and the empire. On all sides, preparations were set up for a fresh war against Saracens. The nations of the West were no strangers to this enterprise, which proceeded by more than a year, the first of the Crusades. Venice, which then enjoyed the commerce of the East, forbade her people, under pain of death, to convey to the Mussulmans of Africa and Asia either iron, wood, or any species of arms. The Christians of Syria and several Armenian princes prepared to the standard of Zimisces, who took the field and carried war into the territories of the Saracens. So great was the confusion which then prevailed in the Muslim powers, and with such rapidity did one dynasty succeed to another, that history can scarcely distinguish what prince, 19, or what people ruled over Palestine and Jerusalem. After having defeated the Mussulmans on the banks of the Tigris and forced the Caliph of Baghdad to pay tribute to the successors of Constantine, Zimisces penetrated, almost without resistance, into Judea, took possession of Caesarea, of Ptolemy, of Tiberias, Nazareth, and several other cities of the Holy Land. He was encamped upon Tabor when he received a deputation of the inhabitants of Ramallah and Jerusalem, who promised him obedience and required of him troops to defend their cities. The Zimisces received their submission and their request favorably, 20, and pursued the wreck of the Saracen army, which had sought refuge in some cities of Phoenicia and in the mountains of Libanus. After this first campaign, the Holy Land appeared to be on the eve of being delivered entirely from the yoke of the infidels, when the emperor died poisoned. His death at once put a stop to the execution of an enterprise of which he was the soul and the leader. The Christian nations had scarcely time to rejoice at the delivery of Jerusalem when they learned that the Holy City had again fallen into the hands of the Fatimite caliphs, who, after the death of Zimisces, had invaded Syria and Palestine. The caliphs of Cairo, who had taken advantage of the transient conquest of the Greeks to extend their empire, at first treated the Christians as allies and auxiliaries. In the hope of enriching their nations and preparing the evils of war, they favored the commerce of the Europeans and tolerated the devotion of pilgrimages to the Holy Land. The markets of the Franks were re-established in the city of Jerusalem. The Christians rebuilt the hospitals of the pilgrims and the churches which were falling to decay. We began to forget the peaceful domination of the Abbasides and felicitated themselves upon living under the laws of the sovereigns of Cairo. And still greater right had they to hope that all their troubles were about to be at an end when they saw the Caliph Hakim, whose mother was a Christian, ascend the throne. But God, who, according to the expression of contemporary authors, wished to try the virtues of the faithful, did not long delay to confound their hopes and raise new persecutions against them. Hakim, the third of the Fatimite caliphs, signalized to bring by all the excesses of fanaticism and outrage, unfixed in his own projects.
Guys, get it together.
Into religion,
Stupid
he
bots.
by turns protected and persecuted Christianity.
Why are my bots
He
more
respected
stupid
neither the policy
than
of
the
his
enemy team?
predecessors nor the laws which he himself had established. He changed on the morrow that which he had ordained the preceding day and spread.
Little can be done now. What, 17 seconds? And they got us 2 to 1. 2 to 1.
He carried his madness so far as to believe himself a god. The terror which he inspired procured 10 worshippers, and altars were raised to him
2,
in the neighborhood
1.
of Falstaff, which he had given out to the flames. 16,000 of his subjects prostrated themselves before him and adored him as sovereign of the living and the dead. Hakim despised Muhammad, but the Muslims were too numerous in his state to allow him to think of persecuting them. The god trembled for the authority of the prince and allowed all his anger to fall upon the Christians, whom he gave up to the fury of their enemies. The places which the Christians held in the administration and the abuses introduced into the mode of levying the imposts with which duty they were charged had drawn upon them the hatred of all the Muslims. When the Caliph he had once given the signal for persecution, he found himself at no loss for executioners. At first, they who had abused their power were the objects of pursuit. The Christian religion became the next crime, and the most pious among the faithful were deemed the most guilty. The blood of the Christians flowed in all the cities of Egypt and Syria, their courage in the midst of torment only, adding to the hatred of their persecutors. The complaints
Miss
which
Bansa.
faced them in their sufferings,
She's got a thing for me.
even which they addressed to Jesus Christ to put an end to their evil, were considered as a revolt, and punished as the most guilty treason. It is probable that motives of policy joined with those of fanaticism in the persecution of the Christians. Gerbert, Archbishop of Ravenna, who had become pope under the name of Sylvester II, had witnessed the oath to which the faithful were subjected in their pilgrimages to Jerusalem. On his return, he excited the nations of the West to take up arms against the Saracens. In his exhortations, he made Jerusalem her subsea, made her deplore her misfortunes, and conjure her Christian children to hasten and break her chains. The people were deeply moved with the complaints and groans of sin. The Pisans, the Genoese, with Boson, king of Arles, undertook a maritime expedition against the Saracens and made an incursion upon the coast of Syria. These hostilities and the number of the pilgrims, which increased every day, marked all great distrust in the masters of the East. The Saracens, alarmed by sinister predictions and by the imprudent menaces of the Christians, saw nothing but enemies in the disciples of Christ. From that time, terror and death guarded the gates of Jerusalem. It is impossible, says William of Tyre, to describe all the species of persecutions to which the Christians were then exposed. Among the instances of barbarity cited by the historians, there is one which came to task with the idea of a defending episode of Holiness and Sophronia. One of the bitterest enemies of the Christians, in order to increase the hatred of their persecutors, threw, in the night, a dead dog into one of the principal mosques of the city. The first who repaired to the morning prayer was seized with horror at the sight of this profanation and proclaimed their anger aloud. Threatening clamors soon resounded in every part of the city. The crowd assembled in a state of tumultuous excitement around the mosque. The Christians were at once accused of this act of sacrilege, and all swore to wash out the outrage to their profit in the blood of the perpetrators. All Christians were about to be immolated to the revenge of the Mussulmans, and already were they prepared for death, when a young man, whose name history has not preserved, presented himself in the midst of them. The greatest misfortune that could happen, said he, would be that the Church of Jerusalem should perish. When a people is threatened with destruction, it is just that a single man should sacrifice himself for the salvation of all. I here and now offer myself as a victim to die for you. To you I leave the charge of doing justice to my memory, and I recommend myself to your prayers. After pronouncing these words, Wish dissolved the assembly in tears. He quitted them and repaired to the chiefs of the Muslims. He declared himself alone to be the author of the crime imputed to the Christians, and those who harm himself to death, with which a criminal were named. The Muslims, without being in the least touched by his justice,
2 to 1.
were satisfied with them.
Humiliation.
Who offered themselves for their vengeance, the sword was no longer suspended over the heads of the Christians, and he who had immolated himself for their safety went, according to the expression of William of Tyre, 21, to receive in heaven the reward reserved for those whose minds burn with the love of perfect charity. Nevertheless, other misfortunes awaited the Christians of Palestine. All religious ceremonies were interdicted. The greater part of the churches were converted into stables. That of the Holy Sepulchre was completely destroyed. The Christians, driven from Jerusalem, were scattered throughout the countries of the East. Old historians relate that the world took part in the mourning of the holy city and was seized with trouble and consternation. Winter, with its frosts and storms, showed itself in regions where, till that time, it had been unknown. The Bosphorus and the Nile bore sheets of ice upon their bosoms. Earthquakes were felt in Syria and Asia Minor, and there, shocks, which were repeated during 2 months, destroyed several large cities. When the account of the destruction of the holy places arrived in the West, it drew tears from all true Christians. We read in the Chronicle of the month later that Europe had likewise been presented with signs which foreboded great calamities. A shower of stone had fallen in Burgundy, and a comet and threatening meteors had appeared in the heavens. The agitation was extreme among all Christian nations. Nevertheless, they did not take up arms against the Muslims, but the whole of their vengeance fell upon the Jews, whom all were accused of having provoked the fury of the infidels. The calamities of the holy city rendered it still more venerable in the eyes of the faithful. Persecution redoubled the pious delirium of those who went into Asia to contemplate a city covered with ruins, and to behold an empty sepulchre. It was in Jerusalem, filled with mourning, that God most manifestly distributed his blessings and delighted to point out his will. Impostors constantly took advantage of this opinion of the Christian people to mislead the credulity of the multitude. To gain credit for their words, it was quite sufficient to exhibit letters, which, they said, had fallen from heaven into Jerusalem. At this period of prediction, which announced 22, the end of the world and the approaching coming of Jesus Christ into Palestine, very much increased the veneration of the people for the holy places. The Christians of the West arrived in crowds at Jerusalem, with the design of dying there, for their awaiting the coming of the sovereign judge. The month later informs us that the affluence of pilgrims surpassed all that could be expected from the devotion of these remote times. First were seen on the whole march the poor and the lower classes, then counts, barons, and princes, all reckoning as nothing the grandeurs of the earth. The inconstancy of Hakim had, in a degree, mitigated the misfortunes of Jerusalem, and he had just granted liberty to the Christians to rebuild their churches when he died by the hand of the assassin. His successor, guided by a wiser policy, tolerated both pilgrimages and the exercise of the Christian religion. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was not entirely rebuilt till 30 years after its destruction. But the spectacle of its ruins still inflamed the zeal and the devotion of the Christians. In the 11th century, the Latin Church allowed pilgrimages to suffice instead of canonical penances. Sinners were condemned to quit their country for a time and to lead a wandering life after the example of Cain. This mode of performing penance agreed better with the active and restless character of the people of the West. It ought to be added that the devotion of pilgrimages, whatever may be the opinion of them, enlightened philosophy, has been received and even encouraged in all religions. It belongs too to a sentiment natural to man. It is a type of a land once inhabited by wise and sages awakens in its touching and noble remembrances. If the soul of the philosopher finds itself agitated at the sight of the ruins of Palmyra, Babylon, or Athens, what lively emotions must not the Christians have felt on beholding places which God has sanctified by His presence and His blessings? The Christians of the West, almost all unhappy in their own countries, and who often lost the sense of their evils in long voyages, appear to be only employed in seeking upon earth the traces of a consoling and helpful divinity, or some holy personage. There existed no province without its martyr or its apostle, whose support they went to implore. There was no city or secluded spot which did not preserve the tradition of a miracle, or had not a chapel open to pilgrims. The most guilty of sinners, or the most fervent of the faithful, exposed themselves to the greatest perils, and repaired to the most distant places. Sometimes they directed their steps to Apulia and Calabria. They visited Mount Gorgon, celebrated by the apparition of Saint Michael, or Mount Cassin, rendered famous by the miracles of St. Benedict. Sometimes they traversed the Pyrenees, and, in a country given up to the Saracens, esteemed themselves happy in praying before the relics of Saint Iago, the patron saint of Galicia. Some, like King Robert, went to Rome and prostrated themselves on the tombs of the apostles Saint Peter and Saint Paul. Others traveled as far as Egypt, where Christ had passed his infancy, and penetrated to the solitudes of Sid and Memphis, inhabited by the disciples of Anthony and Paul. A great number of pilgrims undertook the voyage to Palestine. They entered Jerusalem by the gate of Ephraim, where they paid a tribute to the Saracens. After having prepared themselves by fasting and prayer, they presented themselves in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, covered with a funeral cloth or robe, which they preserved with care during the remainder of their lives, and in which they were buried after their death. They viewed with holy respect Motion, the Mount of Olives, and the Valley of Jehoshaphat. They quitted Jerusalem to visit Bethlehem, where the Savior of the world was born. Mount Tabor, rendered sacred by the Transfiguration, and all the places memorable for his miracles. The pilgrims next bathed in the waters of the Jordan, 23, and gathered in the territory of Jericho on the first day, while died as evidences and relics to the west. Such were the devotion and spirit of the 10th and 11th century, that the greater part of the Christians would have thought themselves wanting in the duties of religion if they had not performed some pilgrimage.
Tell him.
He who had escaped from the danger, or triumphed over
Just a
his
friendly
enemies,
tale, you know, no hard
pilgrims
feelings.
stabbed and took the road to the
Once you
holy
survive.
places. He who had obtained by prayers the visitation of a father or the son, went to return his thanks to heaven far from his domestic hearth, in places rendered holy by religious traditions. Father often devoted his child in the cradle to a pilgrimage, and the first duty of an affectionate and obedient son, when past the age of childhood, was to accomplish the vow of his parents. More than one
All the way in the
dream
back, you still got
of
this.
vision in the midst of sleep, it imposed upon a Christian youth obligation of performing a pilgrimage. Thus, the idea of a pious duties mixed itself up with all the affections of the heart and lips, all the prejudices of the human mind. Pilgrims were welcome everywhere, and in return for the hospitality they received, they were only asked for their prayers. Often, indeed, the only treasure they carried with them. One of them,
Come on.
the desires to
One guy.
embark
Come on, you
on
can do it.
Alexandria for Palestine, presented himself with a scrip and staff on board his ship, and offered the book of the holy evangelists in payment for his passage. Pilgrims on the route had no other defense against the attacks of the wicked but the cross of Christ, and no other guides but those angels whom God has told to watch over his children, and to direct them in all their ways. The greatest merit in the eyes of the people, next to that of pilgrimage, was to devote themselves to the service of the pilgrims. Hospitals were built upon the banks of rivers, upon the heights of mountains, in the midst of cities, and in desert places, for the reception of these travelers. In the 9th century, the pilgrims who left Burgundy to repair to Italy were received in a monastery built upon Mount Cenis. In the following century, 2 monasteries, in which were received travelers who next strayed from their way, occupied the places of the temples of idolatry on Montes Jovis, 24th, and thence lost the name they had received from paganism and took that of their pious founder, Saint Bernard de Menton. Christians who traveled to Judea found on the frontiers of Hungary and in the provinces of Asia Minor a great number of asylums raised by charity. Christians established at Jerusalem went to meet the pilgrims and often exposed themselves to 1,000 dangers whilst conducting them on the route. The holy city contained hospitals for the reception of all travelers. In one of these hospitals, the women who performed the pilgrimage to Palestine were received by religious females devoted to the offices of charity. The merchants of Amalfi, Venice, and Genoa, the richest among the pilgrims, and several princes of the West, furnished by their benevolence the means of keeping these houses open for all world travelers. 25. Every year monks from the East came into Europe to collect the self-imposed tribute of the piety of the Christians. The pilgrim was a privileged being among the faithful. When he had completed his journey, he acquired the reputation of particular sanctity, and his departure and his return were celebrated by religious ceremonies. When about to set out, a priest presented him his script and staff, together with a gown marked with a cross. He sprinkled holy water over his vestments and accompanied him at the head of the procession as far as the boundaries of the next parish. On his return to his country, the pilgrim gave thanks to God and presented to the priest a palm branch to be deposited on the altar of the church as an evidence of his undertaking being happily terminated. The poor, in their pilgrimages, found certain resources against misery. When coming back to their country, they received abundant alms. Vanity sometimes induced the rich to undertake these long voyages. With me, the monk labor say that many Christians went to Jerusalem to make themselves smart and to be enabled, on their return, to relate the wonders they had seen. Many were influenced by a love of idleness and change, others by curiosity and an inclination to see various countries. It was by no means rare to meet with Christians who had spent their lives in holy pilgrimages and had visited Jerusalem several times. Every pilgrim was obliged to carry with him a letter from his prince or his bishop, a precaution which must have prevented many disorders. History does not record a single act of violence committed by one of the travelers who absolutely covered the route to the east. A Muslim governor, who had seen a vast number of them pass to Emesa, said they have not left their homes with any bad design. They only seek to fulfill their law. 26. Every year, at the period of the festivals of Easter, numberless troops of pilgrims arrived in Judea to celebrate the mystery of the redemption and to behold the miracle of the sacred fire, which a superstitious multitude believed they saw descend from heaven upon the lamps of the Holy Sepulchre.
Ooh.
There existed no crime
So many
that would not
MVP.
be expiated by the pilgrimage to Jerusalem and acts of devotion at the tomb of Christ. We find in the Acts of the Saints that, in the time of Luther, this opinion was established among the Franks. An old tradition, preserved by Martha Brennan,
Promote
in
the
Lord
level of knowledge.
of the Duchy of Brittany,
You
notified
witnessed it
the murder
first
of his uncle
here.
and his brother, presented himself inhabited of penitent before the King of France and an assembly of bishops. The monarch and prelates,
Two
as an
guys.
expiation for the blood he had shed, caused him to be tied down with chains of iron, and ordered him to visit the holy places, his brow marked with ashes, and his body clothed in a winding sheet. Frothman, accompanied by his servants and the accomplices of his crime, set out for Palestine. After having for some time sojourned at Jerusalem, he crossed the desert, went to the banks of the Nile, traversed the part of Africa, proceeded as far as Carthage, and came back to Rome, where Pope Benedict reigned. advised him to commence a new pilgrimage to complete his penance and obtain an entire remission of his sins. Rahman fell Palestine the second time, penetrated as far as the shores of the Red Sea, remained 3 years on Mount Sinai, and went into
Get it.
Armenia to visit the
Say
mountain
it
on
good
which
as
the
new.
Ark of Noah had rested after the deluge. On his return to his country, he was received as a saint. He shut himself up in the monastery of Redin, 27, and died regretted by the Cenobites whom he had edified by the relation of his pilgrimages. Many years after the death of Otman, Sentius, prefect of Rome, who had used violence to the Pope in the Church of St. Mary the Great, who had tried him from the altar and placed him in a dungeon, needed nothing more to expiate the sacrilege than to perform the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Thalmira, Count of Anjou, charged with crimes and stained with blood, thought to face all his cruelties by voyage to Jerusalem. His brother, whom he had caused to perish in a dungeon, presented himself wherever he went, before his eyes. It appeared to him that the numerous victims sacrificed to his ambition in unjust wars issued from their tombs to disturb his sleep and reproach him for his barbarity. Pursued everywhere by these frightful images, Saul left his states and repaired to Palestine in the garb of a pilgrim. When he arrived at Jerusalem, he passed through the streets of the holy city with a cord about his neck, beaten with rods by his domestics, repeating in a loud voice these words, "Lord, have pity on the perjured and fugitive Christian." During his abode in Palestine, 28, he bestowed numerous benefactions, comforted the miseries of the pilgrims, and left everywhere testimonials of his devotion and charity. He returned to his duchy, bringing with him a portion of the true cross, and the stone upon which he had knelt when he prayed before the tomb of Christ. Thou, on returning to his dominions, was desirous of having always under his eyes an image of the places he had visited, and caused to
Let's see. What do we got here? We were in the. He's trying to get the Five and Dime space helmet off because he can't hear the guy. Let's see. I'm gonna go to this comic book here for a minute. So he hits the guy over the head with a. Oh man, I hate how it selects that. This is a good drawing, say. Captain T Video. I say, Captain T Video, you did manage to pull the helmet off after all. Sorry if I acted too hastily. I told you you didn't have to. It's like a brain him with a monkey wrench. Yeah. Well, never mind, Commissioner. Let's blast down to business. I hear tell that arms are being shipped here from Venus, the planet that is. Boom, boom. I need your help, Commissioner. But first, I'd better alert my rangers with the Ranger Alerter switch. Wait. Catch it. What was it? The rocket. Something has escaped. The rocket. Can't read it. The rocket. Something has escaped. Wait. Catch it. Yeah. It's really hard to read that. But I bet he's got the wrong button or something like that. Oh, yeah, okay, so. That's not the Ranger Alerter switch. That's the Studio Fire Hose switch. This paper stapler is the Ranger Alerter switch. Okay, here goes my Ranger Alert. Clip. Meanwhile, I brief you on what's happened. Alien creatures on Venus, who can be invisible to the Earthman eye, have the property of sinking into an Earthian human body, so that the Earthian body will think with an alien Venusian mind. Can you imagine the fiendish? These alien Venusians have been slowly taking over the bodies of the Earthian officials, slowly taking over control of the Earth. We must blast out these alien Venusians. But Captain T-Video, how can we recognize those whose bodies are invaded by the alien Venusians? Simple. The Venusians are addicted to cigars and cigarettes. My dear T-Vid, ignoring the fact that the story plot is a miserable hack, I cannot be impressed by this addiction angle. That's why most Earthians, even I, are addicted to cigars and cigarettes. It's got a hole in the shoe. Slurp. Aha! But it's the peculiar way that they are addicted to cigars and cigarettes that gives them away. My good fellow, your story sounds quite ridiculous to me. Why, what could possibly be peculiar about cigar and cigarette addiction? Chomp, gulp. I say these Coronas are delicious. Think he's an alien? Eating cigars and cigarettes is peculiar, Commissioner. Alias dirty, un-American. Alien Venusian? Keep your hand out of your pocket, because this sparkler I have in my hand is a nuclear blast-off gun. No, you don't. Zap. Oh yeah? Well, this flashlight is actually a hydrogen oxide oxygen ray, or a HU-ray. A HU-ray? Got it. I better call my assistant ranger and blast off to blast Venus right away. Now this flashlight must be a microphone. Captain T-Video calling assistant ranger. Taiyo Kimasabi, you want me? Assistant ranger, not the Lone Ranger. Alright, so let's see where we're at. What we need to do is check how we're going here. Okay, I'm gonna imbibe some nutriments. So bear with me for just a moment while we have a brief intermission. You see my Discord is on a Pico Labs Generate channel. So it's just popping. People are creating content out there, folks, for free. Create, man. It's better than destruction.
Join up Delta 7 for Arctic. Which one? No. Arrow, feedback from the system. 1-0. Foxtrot, uniform. 9-3. 7 northwest, 793. Copy 130, magnetic laser target line. 21090.
Hope it was coughing fit. Hope his coughing fits. Hope he's coughing fits. Hope his coughing fits. I wish he would cough and go. Ouch. Glad it was over. What are you standing here for? You got a Bastion with a disc launcher. You don't want to go over there? You scared? Turkey. What a joke! And now they're coming right up our butts over here. You guys. Well, okay. I guess you could say, well, they're coming down onto the spawn point. But I don't know. That's not necessarily a good thing. I didn't start my boat. Landmines everywhere. Darn. those assists, man, those are great. I remember that. And one thing about assists is you have to play the robot to get them. You get nothing at that range. Way up there. Shaka Khan, let me tell you what I want to do. I want to love you when I squeeze it on the burger too. Shaka Khan.
And caused to rebuild near the castle of blocks, a monastery and a church, which bore the name of the Holy Sepulchre. In the midst of the remembrances of his pilgrimage, he still heard the voice of remorse, and set off a second time for Jerusalem. He once more edified the Christians of the holy city by the expressions of his repentance and the austerities of his penance. As he was returning to his duchy, in passing through Italy, he delivered the Roman state from a brigand who plundered the towns and villages, and made war upon all merchants and pilgrims. The Pope praised his zeal and his bravery, gave him absolution for his sins, and permitted him to bear about with him the relics of 2 holy martyrs. When he left Rome, he was conducted in triumph by the people and the clergy, who proclaimed him their liberator. On his arrival in Anjou, he re-established peace in his dominion, which had been in great confusion during his absence. Restored to his country, his family, and his subjects, who had forgotten his cruelties. Reconciled with the Church, which declared him its benefactor, he appeared to have no more crimes to expiate or wishes to form for his old age. But neither the absolution of the Pope, nor the peace of the state, nor the blessings of the people, nothing could calm his soul, forever torn with remorse. He could not escape from the image of his brother, which pursued him still, and recalled to his mind the crimes with which he had stained himself. Without cessation he was before him, pale, disfigured, dragging his chains, and invoking heaven to take vengeance on the fratricide. Felt resolved to make a third pilgrimage to Jerusalem. He returned into Palestine, watered into the tomb of Christ with his tears, and made the holy places resound with his groans. After having visited the Holy Land and recommended his soul to the prayers of the anchorites charged to receive and console pilgrims, he quitted Jerusalem to return to his country, which he was doomed never to see again. He fell sick and died at Metz. His body was transported to Blois and buried in the monastery of the Holy Sepulchre, which he had caused to be built. His heart was deposited in a church at Metz, where was shown, for many ages after his death, a mausoleum, which was called the Tomb of Valve, Count of Anjou. At the same period, towards the middle of the 11th century, Robert Lefrisson, Count of Flanders, and Berenger II, Count of Barcelona, resolved likewise to expiate their sins by the voyage to the Holy Land. The latter died in Asia, not being able to support the rigorous penances he had imposed upon himself. Robert came back to his dominion, where his pilgrimage caused him to find grace in the eyes of the clergy whom he had wished to plunder. These 2 princes had been preceded in their pilgrimage by Frederick, Count of Erden. 29. Frederick was of the illustrious family which was one day to reckon among his heroes Godfrey de Bouillon. On setting out for Asia, he renounced earthly grandeur and gave up his county to the Bishop of Verdun. Returned into Europe, he resolved to terminate his days in a monastery and die prior of the Abbey of St. Wast near us. The weak and timid sex was not deterred by the difficulties and the perils of a long voyage. Helena, born of a noble family of Sweden, quitted her country, which was buried in idolatry, and traveled on foot into the east. When, after having visited the holy places, she returned to her country, she was sacrificed to the resentment of her relations and her compatriots, and gathered, says an old legend, the common martyrdom. 30. A few of the faithful,
5 to
touched with
10.
piety, raised a chapel to her memory in the Isle of Zealand, near a fountain,
like a
which
wet
is still
donkey
called the
fart.
Fountain of St. Helena. The Christians of the North for a long time went in pilgrimage to this island, where they contemplated a grotto which Helena had inhabited before her departure for Jerusalem. Among the celebrated pilgrims of this age, we observe the name of Robert Cyril, Duke of Normandy, father of William the Conqueror. History accuses him of having caused his brother Richard to be poisoned. Remorse urged him to make the pilgrimage to Palestine. And he set out accompanied by a great number of knights and barons, bearing the scrip and staff, walking barefoot, and clothed in the saga, penitence. He attached, he said, more value to the pains he suffered for Christ's sake than to the richest city of Astutum. On his arrival at Constantinople, he despised the luxury and the presence of the emperor, and appeared at court in the guise of the humblest of the pilgrims.
Hey,
Having
I
fallen
just
to
saw
the
you.
English honor,
Is
he
that
refused the
Firefox?
services of the Christians of the
1811?
suite, and caused himself to be carried in,
What's up,
followed
bro?
by Saracens. Meeting a pilgrim
Sorry if I
from
missed you.
Normandy, the latter asked him if he had
Just,
any message that he could deliver for
Just
him
to
to
get out
his
of
country.
documents.
Go and tell my
to my
people,
Death Note
said the
CDs.
Duke, that you have seen a Christian prince being carried to paradise by devils. When he arrived at Jerusalem, he found a crowd of pilgrims who, not having the means
16
of
control
paying the
points.
tribute to the infidels, awaited the arrival of some rich Lord who might deign, by his charity, to open for them the gates of the holy city. Robert paid a piece of gold for each of them, and followed them into Jerusalem amidst the acclamations of the Christians. During his sojourn here, he caused himself to be remarked for his devotion, and still more for his charity, which he extended even to the infidels. As he was returning into Europe, he died at Nicaea, in Bithynia, regarding only the relic he had brought with him from Palestine, and regretting that he had not finished his days in the holy city. The greatest blessing for the pilgrims, and that which they demanded of heaven as a reward for their labors and fatigues, was to die, like Jesus Christ, in the holy city. When they presented themselves before the Holy Sepulchre, they were accustomed to offer up this prayer: Thou, who died for us, and wast buried in this holy spot, take pity of our misery, and withdraw us at once from this valley of tears. History tells of a Christian born in the territory of Auten, who,
What in the
on
hell
his
was that?
arrival at Jerusalem, sought death in the excess of his fastings and mortification. One day he remained a long time in prayer on the Mount of Olives, with his eyes and his hands raised toward heaven, whither God seemed to call him. On his return to the hospital of the pilgrims, he cried 3 times, Glory to thee, O God! 31. And died suddenly in the sight of his companions, who envied him his fate and believed in the false witnesses of the miracle. The inclination to acquire holiness by the journey to Jerusalem became, at length, so general that the troops of pilgrims, alarmed by their numbers the countries through which they passed, and although they came not as soldiers, they were designated the armies of the Lord. In the year 1054, Lippert, Bishop of Cambrai, set out for the Holy Land, followed by more than 3,000 pilgrims from the provinces of Picardy and Flanders. 32. When he began his march, the people and the clergy accompanied him 3 leagues from the city, and with eyes bathed in tears, implored of God the happy return of their bishop and their brethren. The pilgrims traversed Germany without encountering any enemies, but on reaching Bulgaria, they found none but men who inhabited the forests and subsisted upon plunder. Many were massacred by these barbarous people, and some perished with hunger in the midst of the deserts. Lippert arrived with much difficulty at Laodicea, embarked with those who followed him, and was cast upon the coast of Cyprus by a tempest. He had seen the greater part of his companions perish, and the remainder were nearly sinking under their various miseries. Returned to Laodicea, they learned that still greater dangers awaited them on the route to Jerusalem. The Bishop of Cambrai felt his courage abandon him, and believed that God himself was opposed to his pilgrimage. He returned through 1,000 dangers to his diocese, where he built a church in honor of the Holy Sepulchre, which he had never seen. 10 years after the voyage of Lippert, 7,000 Christians, among whom were the Archbishop of Mainz, and the bishops of Spires, Cologne, Bamberg, and Utrecht, set
it
out
was a
together to the
stealth,
banks of
that's what that's
the Rhine to repair to Palestine. This numerous caravan, which was the forerunner of the Crusades, 33, crossed Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, and
I think I
Thrace,
got a
and was
single
welcomed
dang
at
control point,
Constantinople
man. I
by
was
the
wasting my
Emperor
time.
Constantine Ducas. After having visited the churches of Byzantium and the numerous relics which were the objects of the veneration of the Greeks, the pilgrims of the West traversed Asia Minor in Syria without danger. But when they approached Jerusalem, the sight of the riches aroused the cupidity of the Bedouin Arabs, undisciplined hordes, who had neither country nor settled abode, and who had rendered themselves formidable in the civil wars of the East. The Arabs attacked the pilgrims of the West, and compelled them to sustain a siege in an abandoned village. And this was on a Good Friday. On such a sacred day, the pilgrims even, who had arms, employed them with much hesitation and scruple. Enclosed within the ruins of an old castle, they resisted for a time, but on the third day famine compelled them to capitulate. When they came to the arrangement of the conditions of the peace, there arose a violent quarrel, which was near leading to the massacre of all the Christians by the Arabs. The Emir of Ramallah, informed by some fugitives, came happily to their rescue, delivered them from the death with which they were threatened, and permitted them to continue their journey. As a report of their combats and their perils had preceded them, their arrival created a great sensation in Jerusalem. They were received in triumph by the Patriarch, and conducted to the sound of timbrels and, by the light of torches, to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. During their abode at Jerusalem, the misery into which they were fallen excited the pity of the Christians. They could not visit the banks of the Jordan, or the places most renowned in Judea, as these were all now infested by the Arabs and exposed to their incursions. After having lost more than 3,000 of their companions, they returned to Europe to relate their tragical adventures and the dangers of a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. 34. New perils and the most violent persecutions at this period threatened both the pilgrims of the West and the Christians of Palestine. Asia was about once again to change masters and tremble beneath a fresh tyranny. During several centuries, the rich countries of the East had been subject to continual invasions from the wild lords of Tartary. As fast as the victorious tribes became effeminated by luxury and prosperity, they were replaced by others retaining all the barbarism of the deserts. The Turks, issuing from countries situated beyond the Euphrates, had rendered themselves masters of Persia, where the uncalculating policy of Manu had received and encouraged their wandering tribes. The son of Manu fought a battle with them, in which he performed prodigies of valor. But fortune, says Pherecydes, had declared herself unpropitious to his arms. He looked around during the fight, and except the body which he immediately commanded, his whole army had devoured the path of flight. Upon the very theater of their victory, the Turks proceeded to the election of a king. A large number of arrows were collected into a bundle. Upon each of these arrows was inscribed the name of a tribe, of a family, and of a warrior. A child drew 3 of the arrows in the presence of the whole army, and chance assigned the throne to Toggelbank, grandson of Sejmok. Toggelbank, whose ambition equaled his courage, embraced, together with his soldiers, the faith of Muhammad, and soon joined to the title of Conqueror Dada, protector of the Muslim religion. The banks of the Tigris and the Euphrates were then troubled by the revolt of the emirs, who shared the spoils of the caliphs of Baghdad. The caliph came implored the assistance of Toghul, and promised the conquest of Asia to the new master of Persia. Toghul, whom he had named his temple of vigor, marched at the head of an army, dispersed the factious and the rebellious, ravaged the provinces, and entered Baghdad to prostrate himself at the feet of the caliph, who proclaimed the triumph of his liberators and their sacred claims to the empire. In the midst of an imposing ceremony, Toghul was successively clothed with 7 robes of honor, and 7 slaves born in the 7 climates, of Arabia were presented to him. 2 crowns were placed upon his head, and, as an emblem of his dominion over the East and the West, they girded him with 2 scimitars. This ceremony rendered the usurpation of the Turk legitimate in the eyes of the Muslims. The empire, which the vicar of Muhammad pointed out to their ambition, was evenly conquered by their armies. Under the reign of Alp Arslan and that of Malik Shah, the successors of Tughril, the 7 branches of the dynasty of Seljuk shared amongst them the largest kingdoms of Asia. 30 years had scarcely passed away since the Tartars conquered Persia, and already the military and pastoral colonies extended from the Azaz to the Euphrates, and from the Indus to the Hellespont. One of the lieutenants of Malik Shah carried the terror of his arms to the defense of the Nile, and wrested Syria from the hands of the Ottoman
miracle.
Caliphs. Palestine yielded to the power of the Turks, and the black flag of the Abbasids floated triumphantly over the walls of Jerusalem. The conquerors spared neither the Christians nor the children of Amy, whom the Caliph of Baghdad represented to be the enemies of God. The Egyptian garrison was massacred, and the mosques and the churches were delivered up to pillage. The whole
Macarena
city was
crash.
flooded with the blood of Christians and Muslims. The possession of Jerusalem in no degree arrested the barbarous fury of the Turks. As their empire was recent and well established, as they were threatened with the armies of Cairo, and even with those of the West, their tyranny became restless, jealous, and violent. The Christians trembled under the hardest and most humiliating subjugation. They were despoiled of their property and reduced to the most frightful degree of misery. They underwent much greater evil than they had suffered during the reign of Hakim. A great number of those who had quitted their families in their country to visit the tomb of Christ lost their lives before they were able to enjoy the felicity of saluting the holy city. And they who arrived at Jerusalem after having escaped 1,000 dangers found themselves exposed to the insults and cruelties of the new masters of Judea. The pilgrims of the Latin Church who returned into Europe related all that they had suffered in their voyage, and told, with groans, of the outrages committed upon the religion of Christ. They had seen the Holy Sepulchre profaned, and the ceremonies of the Christians become the sport of the infidels. They had seen the patriarchs of Jerusalem and the venerable guardians of the holy places drawn from their sanctuary and cast ignominiously into dungeons. These recitals, exaggerated by repetition, flew from mouth to mouth and drew tears from the eyes of the faithful. Whilst the Turks, under the command of Tautoush and Ordak, were desolating Syria and Palestine, other tribes of that nation, led by Solomon, nephew of Malik Shah, had penetrated into Asia Minor. They took possession of all the provinces through which pilgrims were accustomed to pass on their way to Jerusalem. These countries, in which the Christian religion had first shone forth, and the greater part of the Greek cities whose names were conspicuous in the annals of the primitive church, sunk under the yoke of the infidels. The standard of the prophet floated over the walls of Edessa, Iconium, Tarsus, and Antioch. Nicaea had become the seat of a Muslim empire, and the divinity of Christ was insulted in that city wherein the First Ecumenic Council had declared it to be an article of faith. The modesty of the virgins had been sacrificed to the brutal lust of the conquerors. Thousands of children had been circumcised. 35, everywhere the laws of the Quran took place of those of the evangelists and of Greece. The black or white tents of the Turks covered the plains and the mountains of Scythia and Cappadocia, and their flocks pastured among the ruins of the monasteries and churches. The Greeks had never had to contend against more cruel and terrible enemies than the Turks. Whilst the court of Al-Arslan and Malik Shah blazed with magnificence and cultivated the knowledge and intelligence of the ancient Persians, the rest of the people remained in a state of barbarism and reserved, amidst the conquered nations, all the ferocious and savage manners of Tartary. The children of Seljuk loved better to abide under the tents than in the walls of cities. They lived upon the milk of their flocks, disdaining both agriculture and commerce, in the conviction that war would supply all their wants. For themselves, Their home was every region in which their arms could prevail and their flocks find rich pastures. When they passed from one country into another, all the members of the same family marched together. They took with them all that they loved and all that they possessed. A constantly wandering life and frequent quarrels among themselves and with their neighbors kept up their military spirit. Every warrior carried his name inscribed upon his javelin and swore to make it respected by his enemies. So eager were the Turks for battle that it was quite sufficient if the chief sent his bow or his arrow among his kind to make them all instantly fly to arms. The patience with which they supported hunger, thirst, and fatigue rendered them invincible. No nation of the East surpassed them in horsemanship or in skill with the bow. Nothing could exceed the impetuosity of their attack, and they were at the same time redoubtable in flight and implacable in victory. They were not guided in their expeditions by desire for glory or a sense of honor, but simply by a love of destruction and plunder. The report of their invasions had spread among the nations of Caucasus and the Caspian Sea, and new migrations appeared to arrive every day to strengthen their armies. As they were docile in war, and turbulent, and rebellious in peace, it was the policy of their chiefs to lead them constantly on to new conquests. Malik Shah, with a view to get rid of his lieutenants rather than to reward them, had given them permission to attempt the conquest of lands of the Greeks and Egyptians. It was an easy matter to raise armies, to which were promised the spoils of the enemies of the competent and legitimate vigor. All who had not shared in the booty of preceding wars flocked to the standards, and the wealth of police soon became the brave Turkish horsemen, who had but recently issued from their deserts with woolen caps and stirrups of blood. Of all the hordes subject to the dynasty of Seljuk, the troops that invaded Syria and Asia Minor were the poorest, the most wild, and the most intrepid. In the depth of their misery, the Greeks of the conquered provinces scarcely dared to lift their eyes to the sovereigns of Byzantium, who had not had the courage to defend them, and therefore let them know, felt that they would assist them in their troubles. In the midst of revolutions and civil wars, the Greek Empire was hastening to its fall. Since the reign of Heraclius, Constantinople had seen 11 of its emperors put to death in their own palace. 6 of these masters of the world had terminated their days in the obscurity of cloisters. Several had been mutilated, deprived of sight, and sent into exile. The purple, stained and degraded by so many revolutions, decorated only wicked and contemptible princes, or men without character or virtue. Their whole employment was their own personal safety, and they were compelled to share their power with the accomplices of their crimes, of whom they lived in a constant state of dread. They frequently sacrificed cities and provinces to purchase from their enemies a few moments of security, and appeared to have nothing to ask of fortune beyond the existence of the empire during their own ruthless lives. The Greeks still cherished great names and great remembrances, of which they were proud, but which only served to show their present weakness and degradation. In the midst of the luxury of Asia and the monuments of Greece and Rome, they were scarcely less barbarous than other nations. In their theological disputes, they had lost the true spirit of the evangelists. Among them everything was corrupted, even religion. A universal bigotry, says Montesquieu, depressed their courage and paralyzed the whole empire. They neglected the dangers of their country and became zealots for a relic or for a sect. In war, superstition pointed out to the Greeks lucky and unlucky days, in which a general ought or ought not to give battle. And as religion inspired in them nothing beyond an apathetic resignation in the verses, they console themselves for the loss of provinces by accusing their inhabitants of heresy. Among the Greeks, stratagem and perfidy were decorated with the name of policy, and received the same encomiums as valor. They esteemed it as glorious to deceive their enemies as to conquer them. There, soldiers were followed to the seat of war by chariots, which carried their arms. And they had perfected every machine which could supply the place of courage in either sieges or battles. Their armies displayed great military pomp, but were deficient in soldiers. The only thing they inherited from their ancestors was a turbulent and seditious spirit, which mixed itself with their effeminated manners, and was sure to break out when their country was threatened with danger. Discord unceasingly reigned among both the army and the people, and they continued madly to dispute the right to an empire whose very existence was menaced, and blindly gave up its defense to barbarians and strangers. In short, the corruption of the Greeks was so great that they could neither have endured a good prince nor good laws. Lysippus Phocas, who had formed the project of re-establishing discipline,
Surprise!
died, assassinated. Zimisces had also paid with his life for his efforts to raise the Greeks from their pusillanimous degradation. When the emperor, Romanus Diogenes, was made prisoner by the Turks, his misfortunes were the signal for a fresh revolt against his person. Sent back with honors by the Sultan of Persia, he met with nothing but executioners in an empire he had endeavored to defend, and died with misery and despair in the desert island of Propontis. Whilst the empire of the East approached too near to its fall and appeared sapped by time and corruption, the institutions of the West were in their infancy. The empire and the laws of Charlemagne no longer existed. Nations had no relations with each other, and mistaking their political interests, made wars without considering their consequences or their dangers, and concluded peace without being at all aware whether it was advantageous or not. World authority was nowhere sufficiently strong to arrest the progress of anarchy and the abuses of pluralism. At the same time that Europe was full of soldiers and covered with strong castles, the states themselves were without support against their enemies and had not an army to defend them. In the midst of general confusion, there was no security but in camps and fortresses, by turns the safeguards and the terror of the towns and the country. The largest cities held out no asylum to liberty, and the life of man was reckoned so trifling an object that impunity for murder could be purchased with a few pieces of money. Frequently, to detect crime, the judges had recourse to water, fire, and iron. Upon the blind and dumb evidence of the elements, victims were condemned to death. It was sword in hand that justice was invoked. It was by the sword that the reparation of wrongs and injuries was to be
all that
attained.
crap.
No, one would then have been understood who would have spoken of the rights of
Think about
nature or the rights of man. The language of the barons and the lords comprised only such words as treated of war. War was the only science, the only policy of either princes or states. Nevertheless, this barbarism of the nations of the West did not at all resemble that of the Turks, whose religion and manners repelled every species of civilization or cultivation, nor that of the Greeks, who were nothing but a corrupted and degenerated people. Whilst the one exhibited all the vices of a state almost savage, and the other all the corruption of decay. Something heroical and generous was mingled with the barbarous manners of the Franks, which resembled the passions of youth and gave promise of a better future. The Turks were governed by a gross barbarism, which made them despise all that was noble or great. The Greeks were possessed by a learned and polished barbarism, which filled them with disdain for heroism or the military virtues. The Franks were as brave as the Turks, and set a higher value on glory than any other people. The principle of honor, which gave birth to chivalry in Europe, directed their bravery, and sometimes assumed the guise of justice and virtue. The Christian religion, which the Greeks had reduced to little formulae and the vain practices of superstition, was, with them, incapable of inspiring either great designs or noble thoughts. Among the nations of the West, as they were yet unacquainted with the disputed dogmas of Christianity, it had more empire over their minds. It disposed their hearts more to enthusiasm, and formed amongst them, at once, both saints and heroes. Although religion might not always preach its doctrines with success, and its influence was subject to abuse, it had a tendency to soften the manners of the barbarous people that had invaded Europe. It afforded a holy authority to the weak. It inspired a salutary fear in the strong, and frequently corrected the injustice of human laws. In the midst of the darkness which covered Europe, the Christian religion alone preserved the memory of times past, and kept up some degree of emulation among men. It preserved, also, for happier days, the language of the royal people, the only one capable of expressing the grand and noble ideas of moral virtue, in which the genius of legislation had elevated its most splendid monuments. Whilst despotism and anarchy pervaded the cities and the kingdoms of the West, the people invoked religion against tyranny, and the princes called in its aid against license and revolt. Often, amid the troubles of state, the title of Christian inspired more respect and awakened more enthusiasm than did the name of citizen in
guild?
ancient Rome.
No, we had
As the Christian
Macarena
religion had
Guild.
preceded all the then existing institutions, it naturally
What is that
remained
even is?
for a long time surrounded by the veneration and love of the people. Under more than one relation, the nations appear to recognize no other legislators than the fathers of the
For
councils,
death
no other code than that of the gospel and the holy scriptures. Europe might be considered as a religious society, wherein the preservation of the faith was the principal interest, and in which men belonged more to the church than to the country. In such a state of things, it was easy to inflame the minds of the people by showing them that the cause of religion and of Christians stood in need of defense. 10 years before the invasion of Asia Minor by the Turks, Michael Ducas, the successor of Romanus Diogenes, had implored the assistance of the Pope and the princes of the West. He had promised to remove all the barriers which separated the Greek from the Roman Church, if the Latins would take up arms against the infidels. Gregory VII then filled the chair of St. Peter, and his talents, his knowledge, his activity, his boldness, together with the inflexibility of his character, rendered him capable of the greatest undertakings. The hope of extending the religion and the empire of the Holy See to the East made him receive kindly the humble supplications of Michael Ducas. He exhorted the faithful to take up arms against the Mussulmans and engaged to lead them himself into Asia. The misfortunes of the Christians of Greece, said he in his letters, had moved him even to feel a contempt for death. He would rather expose his life to deliver the holy places than live to command the entire universe. Excited by his discourses, 50,000 pilgrims agreed to follow Gregory to Constantinople and thence to Syria. But he kept not the promise he had made, and the affairs of Europe, in which the ambition of the Pontiff was more interested than in those of Asia, suspended the execution of his projects. Every day the power of the popes was augmented by the progress of Christianity, and by the ever-increasing influence of the Latin clergy. Rome was become a second time the capital of the world, and appeared to have resumed, under the monk Hildebrand, the empire it had enjoyed under the Caesars. Armed with the two-edged sword of Peter, Gregory loudly proclaimed that all the kingdoms of the earth were under the dominion of the Holy See, and that his authority ought to be as universal as the church of which he was the head. These dangerous pretensions, fostered by the opinions of his age, engaged him immediately in violent disputes with the Emperor of Germany. He desired also to dictate laws to France, Spain, Sweden, Poland, and England. And thinking of nothing but making himself acknowledged as the great arbiter of states, he launched his anathemas even against the throne of Constantinople, which he had undertaken to defend, and gave no more attention to the deliverance of Jerusalem. After the death of Gregory, Victor III, although he pursued the policy of his predecessor, and had at the same time to contend against the Emperor of Germany and the party of the anti-Pope Hubert, did not neglect the opportunity of making war against the Muslims. The Saracens, inhabiting Africa, 36, disturbed the navigation of the Mediterranean, and threatened the coast of Italy. Victor invited the Christians to take arms, and promised them the remission of all their sins if they went to fight against the infidels. The inhabitants of Pisa, Genoa, and several other cities, urged by their zeal for religion, and their desire to defend their commerce, equipped fleets, levied troops, and made a descent upon the coasts of Africa, where, if we are to believe the chronicles of the time, they cut in pieces an army of 100,000 Saracens. That we may not doubt, says Baronius, that God interested himself in the cause of the Christians on the very day on which the Italians triumphed over the enemies of Christ. The news of the victory was carried miraculously beyond the seas. After having given up to the flames two cities, Almahania and Sevilla, 37, built within the territories of ancient Carthage, and forced a king of Mauritania to pay tribute to the Holy See, the Genoese and the Pisans returned to Italy, where the spoils of the conquered were employed in ornamenting the churches.
It's got a skull
The
Macticus.
Pope, however, died without realizing his promise of attacking the infidels in Asia. The glory of delivering Jerusalem belonged to a simple pilgrim, possessed of no other power than the influence of his character and his genius. Some assign an obscure origin to Peter the Hermit. Others say he was descended from a noble family of Quakerity, but all agree that he had an ignoble and vulgar exterior. Born with a restless, active spirit, he sought, in all conditions of life, for an object which he could meet within none. The study of letters, bearing arms, celibacy, marriage, the ecclesiastical state, offered nothing to him that could fill his heart or satisfy his ardent mind. Disgusted with the world and mankind, he retired amongst the most austere cenobites. Fasting, prayer, meditation, the silence of solitude, exalted his imagination. In his visions he kept up an habitual commerce with heaven, and believed himself the instrument of its designs, and the depository of wealth. He possessed the fervor of an apostle, with the courage of a martyr. His zeal gave way to no obstacle, and all that he desired seemed easy of attainment. When he spoke, the passions with which he was agitated animated his gestures and his words, and communicated themselves to his auditors. 38. Such was the extraordinary man who gave the signal to the Crusaders, and who, without fortune and without name, by the ascendancy of his tears and prayers alone, succeeded in moving the West to precipitate itself in a mass upon Asia. The fame of the pilgrimages to the east drew Peter from his retreat, and he followed into Palestine the crowd of Christians who went to visit the holy places. The sight of Jerusalem excited him much more than any of the other pilgrims, for it created in his ardent mind 1,000 conflicting sentiments. In the city, which exhibited everywhere marks of the mercy and the honor of God, all objects inflamed his piety, irritated his devotion and his zeal, and filled him, by turns, with respect, terror, and indignation. After having followed his brethren to Calvary and the tomb of Christ, he repaired to the Patriarch of Jerusalem. The white hairs of Simeon, his venerable figure, and, above all, the persecution which he had undergone, bespoke the full confidence of Peter, and they wept together over the ills of the Christians. The hermit, his heart torn, his face bathed in tears, asked if there was no termination to be looked for, no remedy to be devised for so many calamities. "Oh, most faithful of Christians," replied the Patriarch, "is it not plain that our iniquities have shut us out from all access to the mercy of the Lord? All Asia is in the power of the Mussulmans, all the East is sunk into a state of slavery. No power on earth can assist us." At these words Peter interrupted Simeon, and pointed out to him the hope that the warriors of the West might one day be the liberators of Jerusalem. "Yes, without doubt," replied the Patriarch, "when the measure of our afflictions shall be full, when God will be moved by our miseries, he will soften the hearts of the princes of the West, and will send them to the succor of the holy city." At these words Peter and Simeon felt their hearts expand with hope, and embraced each other, shedding tears of joy. The Patriarch resolved to implore, by his letters, the help of the Pope and the princes of Europe, and the hermit swore to be the interpreter of the Christians of the East, and to rouse the West to take arms for their deliverance. After this interview, the enthusiasm of Peter knew no bounds. He was persuaded that heaven itself called upon him to commend its cause. One day, whilst prostrated before the Holy Sepulchre, he believed that he heard the voice of Christ, which said to him, "Peter, arise. Hasten to proclaim the tribulations of my people. It is time that my servants should receive help, and that the holy places should be delivered." Full of the spirit of these words, which sounded unceasingly in his ears, and charged with letters from the patriarch, he quitted Palestine, crossed the seas, landed on the coast of Italy, and hastened to cast himself at the feet of the Pope. The chair of St. Peter was then occupied by Urban II, who had been the disciple and confidant of both Gregory and Victor. Urban embraced with ardor a project which had been entertained by his predecessors. He received Peter as a prophet, applauded its design, and bade him go forth and announce the approaching deliverance of Jerusalem. Peter the Hermit traversed Italy, crossed the Alps, visited all parts of France, and the greatest portion of Europe, inflaming all hearts with the same zeal that consumed his own. He traveled mounted on a mule, with a crucifix in his hand, his feet bare, his head uncovered, his body girded with a thick cord, covered with a long frock, and a hermit's hood of the coarsest stuff. The singularity of his appearance was a spectacle for the people, whilst the austerity of his manners, his charity, and the moral doctrines that he preached, caused him to be revered as a saint wherever he came. He went from city to city, from province to province, working upon the courage of some, and upon the piety of others. Sometimes learning from the pulpits of the churches, sometimes preaching in high, road or public places. His eloquence was animated and impressive, and filled with those vehement apostrophes which produce such effects upon an uncultivated multitude. He described the profanation of the holy places, and the blood of the Christians shedding forth in the streets of Jerusalem. He invoked, by turns, heaven, the saints, men, angels, whom he called upon to bear witness to the truth of what he told them. He apostrophized Mount Shin, the rock of Calvary, and the Mount of Olives, which he made to resound with sobs and groans. When he had exhausted speech in painting the miseries of the people, he showed the spectators the crucifix which he carried with him. Sometimes striking his breast and wounding his flesh, sometimes shedding torrents of tears. The people followed the steps of Peter in crowds. The preacher of the Holy War was received everywhere as a messenger from God. They who could touch his vestments esteemed themselves happy, and a portion of hair pulled from the mule he rode was preserved as a holy wife. At the sound of his voice, differences in families were reconciled. The poor were comforted, the devout blushed at their errors. Nothing was talked of the virtues of the eloquent Cenobite. His austerities and his miracles were described, and his discourses were repeated to those who had not heard him and been edified by his presence. He often met, in his journeys, with Christians from the East, who had been banished from their country and wandered over Europe, subsisting on charity. Peter the Hermit presented them to the people as living evidences of the barbarity of the infidels. And pointing to the rags with which they were clothed, he burst into torrents of invectives against their oppressors and persecutors. At the sight of these miserable wretches, the faithful felt, by turns, the most lively emotions of pity and the fury of vengeance, all deploring in their hearts the miseries and the disgrace of Jerusalem. The people raised their voices towards heaven to entreat God to deign to cast a look of pity upon his beloved city. Some offering the riches, others their prayers, but all promising to lay down their lives for the deliverance of the holy places. In the midst of this general excitement, Alexius Comnena, who was threatened by the Turks, sent ambassadors to the Pope to solicit the assistance of the Latins. Sometime before this embassy he had addressed letters to the princes of the West, in which he had described to them, in a most lamentable manner, the conquest of the Turks in Asia Minor. These savage hordes, in their debauches, and in the intoxication of victory, had outraged both nature and humanity. 39. They were now advocates of Byzantium, and, without the prompt assistance of all the Christian states, Constantinople must fall under the most frightful domination of the Turks. Alexius reminded the princes of Christianity of the holy relics preserved in Constantinople, and conjured them to save so sacred an assemblage of venerated objects from the profanation of the infidels. After having set forth the splendor and the riches of his capital, he exhorted the knights and barons to come and defend them. He offered them his treasures as a reward of their allure, and painted in glowing colors the beauty of the Greek women, whose love would repay the exploits of his liberators. Thus, nothing was spared that could flatter the passions or arouse the enthusiasm of the warriors of the West. The invasion of the Turks was, in the eyes of Alexius, the greatest misfortune that the chief of a Christian kingdom had to dread. And to avert such a danger, everything appeared to him just and allowable. He could support the idea of losing his crown, but not the shame of seeing his state subjected to the laws of Mohammed. If he was doomed one day to lose his empire, he could console himself for that loss, provided Greece's escaped the Muslim yoke and became the prize of the Latins. In compliance with the prayers of Alexius and the wishes of the faithful, the sovereign pontiff convoked a council at Plaisance, in order there to expose the dangers of the Greek and Latin churches in the East. The preachings of Peter had so prepared the minds and animated the zeal of the people that more than 200 bishops and archbishops, 4,000 ecclesiastics, and 30,000 of the laity obeyed the invitation of the Holy See. The council was so numerous that it was obliged to be held in a plain in the neighborhood of the city. At this assembly all eyes were turned upon the ambassadors of Alexius. Their presence in the midst of the Latin council announced sufficiently plainly the disastrous condition of the East. When they had exhorted the princes and the warriors to save Constantinople and Jerusalem, Urban supported their discourse and their prayers with all the reasons which the interests of Christianity and the cause of religion could furnish. The Council of Plaisance, however, came to no determination upon the war against the infidels. The deliverance of the Holy Land was, far from being the only object of this council, the declarations of the Empress Adelaide, who came to reveal her own shame, and that of her husband, anathemas against the Emperor of Germany and the anti-Pope, Hubert, occupied, during several days, the attention of Urban and the assembled fathers. It must be added too, that among the states of Italy, in which country this council was held, the spirit of commerce and liberty began to weaken the enthusiasm of religion. The greater part of the cities only thought of the advantages that might accrue to them from the troubles. Some entertaining hopes they would increase their wealth, others looking to them as a means of securing their independence, and none yielding so freely as other nations to the influence of the popes. Whilst the Christian world revered in Urban the formidable successor of Gregory, the Italians, whose charity he had frequently implored, were best acquainted with his disgraces and misfortunes. His presence did not in any degree warm their zeal, and his decrees were not always laws, for them who had seen him from the depths of misery and in exile, launch his thunders against the thrones of the West. The prudent Urban avoided trying to arouse the ardor of the Italians. He did not think their example at all likely to lead on other nations. In order to take a decided part in the Civil War, and to interest all Europe in its success, he resolved to assemble a second synod in the bosom of a warlike nation, which, from the most distant times, had been accustomed to give impulsion to Europe. The new council assembled at Clermont in Auvergne was neither less numerous nor respectable than that of Plaisance. The most renowned holy men and learned doctors came to honor it with their presence and enlighten it with their counsels. The city of Clermont was scarcely able to contain within its walls all the princes, ambassadors, and prelates who had prepared to the council. So that, says an ancient chronicle, 40, towards the middle of the month of November, the cities and villages of the neighborhood were so filled with people that they were compelled to erect tents and pavilions in the fields and meadows, although the season and the country were extremely cold. Before it gave up its attention to the Holy War, the council at first considered the reform of the clergy and ecclesiastical discipline. And it then occupied itself in placing a restraint upon the license of wars among individuals. In this barbarous time, even simple knights never thought of redressing their injuries by any other means than arms. It was not an uncommon thing to see families, for the slightest causes, commence a war against each other that would last during several generations. Europe was distracted with troubles occasioned by these hostilities. In the impotence of the laws and the governments, the Church often exerted salutary influence to restore tranquility. Several councils had placed their interdict upon private wars during 4 days of the week, and the decrees had invoked the vengeance of heaven against disturbers of the public peace. The Council of Claremont renewed the truce of God and threatened all who refused to accept peace and justice with offenders of the Church. One of its decrees placed widows, orphans, merchants, and laborers under the safeguard of religion. They declared, as they had already done in other councils, that the churches should be solely inviolable sanctuaries, and that houses, even placed upon the highways, should become points of refuge against violence. Humanity and reason must applaud such salutary decrees. But the sovereign pontiff, although he presented himself as the defender of the sanctity of marriage, did not merit the same praises when he pronounced in this council an anathema against Philippi, but such was then the general infatuation that no one was astonished that a king of France should be excommunicated in the very bosom of his own kingdom. The sentence of Urban could not divert attention from an object that seemed much more imposing, and the excommunication of Philip scarcely holds a place in the history of the Council of Claremont. The faithful, gathered from all the provinces, had but one single thought. They spoke of nothing but the evils the Christians endured in Palestine, and saw nothing but the war which was about to be declared against the infidels. Enthusiasm and fanaticism, which always increase in large assemblies, were carried to their full height. Urban at length satisfied the impatience of the faithful, impatience which he, perhaps, had adroitly excited, and which was the surest guarantee of success. The council held its 10th sitting in the great square or place of Claremont, which was soon filled by an immense crowd. Followed by his cardinal, the Pope ascended a species of throne which had been prepared for him. At his side was seated a hermit, dressed in that whimsical and uncouth garb which had everywhere drawn upon him the attention and the respect of the multitude. The apostle of the Holy War spoke first of the outrages committed against the religion of Christ. He reverted to the false nations and the sacrileges of which he had been a witness. He pictured the torment and persecutions which a people, enemies to God and man, had caused those to suffer who had been led by religion to visit the holy places. He had seen, he said, Christians, loaded with irons, dragged into slavery, or harnessed to the yoke, like the dumbest animals. He had seen the oppressors of Jerusalem sell to the children of Christ permission to salute the temple of their God, tear from them even the bread of their misery, and torment their poverty itself to obtain their tribute. He had seen the ministers of God driven from their sanctuaries, beaten with rods, and condemned to an ignominious death. Whilst describing the misfortunes and degradation of the Christians, the countenance of Peter was cast down and exhibited feelings of consternation and horror. His voice was choked with sobs. His lively emotion penetrated every heart. Urban, who spoke after Peter, represented, as he had done, the holy places as profaned by the domination of the infidels. That land, consecrated by the presence of the Savior, that mountain whereon he expiated our sins by his sufferings, that tomb which he deemed to be enclosed as a victim to death, had all become the heritage of the impious. The altars of false prophets were raised within those walls which had contained the august assembly of the apostles. God had no longer a sanctuary in his own city. The East, the cradle of the Christian religion, now witnessed nothing but sacrilegious pomps. Impiety had spread its darkness over all the richest countries of Asia. Antioch, Ephesus, Nicaea had become Muslim cities. The Turks had carried their ravages and their odious dominion even to the straits of the Hellespont, to the very gates of Constantinople, and from thence they threatened the West. The sovereign Pontiff 41 addressed himself to all the nations that were represented at the council, and particularly to the French, who formed the majority, nation beloved by God. Said he, "It is in your courage that the Christian Church had placed itself. It is because I am well acquainted with your piety and your bravery that I have crossed the Alps and am come to preach the word of God in these countries. You have not forgotten that the land you inhabit has been invaded by the Saracens, and that but for the exploits of Charles, Martel, and Charlemagne, France would have received the loss of Mohammed. Recall, without ceasing, to your minds the danger and the glory of your fathers. Led by heroes whose names should never die, they delivered your country, they saved the West from shameful slavery. More noble triumphs await you under the guidance of the God of armies. You will deliver Europe and Asia. You will save the city of Jesus Christ, that Jerusalem which was chosen by the Lord, from whence the law is come to us. As Irving proceeded, the sentiments by which he was animated penetrated to the very souls of his auditors. When he spoke of the captivity and the misfortunes of Jerusalem, the whole
Now watch me win
assembly
some.
dissolved in tears. When he described the tyranny and the perfidy of the infidels, the warriors who listened to him clutched their swords and swore in their hearts to avenge the cause of the Christians. Urban redoubled their enthusiasm by announcing that God had chosen them to accomplish his designs, and exhorted them to turn those arms against the Mussulmans which they now bore in conflict against their brothers. They were not now called upon to revenge the injuries of men, but injuries offered to divinity. It was now not the conquest of a town or a castle that was offered to them as the reward of their valor, but the riches of Asia, the possession of a land in which, according to the promises of the scriptures, flowed streams of milk and honey. The pontiff sought to awaken in their minds, by turns, ambition, the love of glory, religious enthusiasm, and pity for their Christian brethren. There scarcely exists, said he, a Christian family into which the Mussulmans have not brought mourning and despair. How many Christians every year leave the West to find in Asia nothing but slavery or death? Bishops have been delivered over to the executioner. The virgins of the Lord have been outraged. Holy places have been despoiled of their ornaments. The offerings of piety have become the booty of the enemies of God. The children of the faithful have forgotten in bondage the faith of their fathers, and bear upon their bodies the impression of their opprobrium. Witnesses of so many calamities, the Christians of Jerusalem would long since have left the holy city
I'm supposed to be
if they had
spawning
not
Panther
imposed
this whole
upon
time.
themselves the obligation of succoring and consoling pilgrims, if they had not feared to leave without priests, without altars, without worshippers, a land where still smokes the blood of Jesus Christ. I will not seek to dry the tears which
That's what you
images
get
painful
for
for
not paying attention,
Christian,
Dave.
for a minister of religion, for the common father of the faithful, must draw from you. Let us weep, my brethren, let us weep over the errors which have armed the anger of God against us. Let us weep over the captivity of the holy city. But evil be to us, if, in our sterile pity, we longer leave the heritage of the Lord in the hands of the impious. Why should we taste dear a moment's repose whilst the children of Jesus Christ live in the midst of torments, and the gloom of cities thrones in chains? Christian warriors, who seek without end for vain pretexts for war, rejoice, for you have today found true ones. You, who have been so, all from the terror of your fellow citizens, go and fight against the barbarians, go and fight for the deliverance of the holy places. You, who sell for vile pay the strength of your arms to the fury of others, armed with the sword of the Maccabees, go and merit an eternal reward. If you triumph over your enemies, the kingdoms of the east will be your heritage.
I spawned
If you are
Panther a couple
conquered,
times.
you will have the glory of dying in the very same place as Jesus Christ, and God will not forget that he shall have found you in his holy ranks. This is the moment to prove that you are animated by a true courage. This is the moment in which you may expiate so many violences committed in the bosom of peace, so many victories purchased at the expense of justice and humanity. If you must have blood, bathe your hands in the blood of the infidels. I speak to you with harshness, because my ministry obliges me to do so. Soldiers of hell become soldiers of the living God. When Jesus Christ summons you to his defense, let no base affections detain you in your homes. See nothing but the shame and the evils of the Christians. Listen to nothing but the groans of Jerusalem, and remember woe of the Lord, as said he who loves his father and his mother more than me, is not worthy of me. Whoever will abandon his house, or his father, or his mother, or his wife, or his children, or his inheritance, for the sake of my name, shall be recompensed 100-fold, and possess life eternal. At these words the auditors of Urban displayed an enthusiasm that human eloquence had never before inspired. The assembly arose in one mass as one man, and answered him with a unanimous cry, "It is the will of God. It is the will of God." 42. Yes, without doubt, it is the will of God, continued the eloquent Urban. You today see the accomplishment of the word of our Savior, who promised to be in the midst of the faithful when assembled in his name. It is he who has dictated to you the word that I have heard. Let them be your war cry, and let them announce everywhere the presence of the God of armies. On finishing these words, the pontiff exhibited to the assembled Christians the sign of their redemption. "It is Christ himself," said he to them, "who issues from his tomb in presence to his cross. It will be the sign raised among the nations, which is to gather again the dispersed children of Israel. Wear it upon your shoulders and upon your breasts. Let it shine upon your arms and upon your standards. It will be to you the surety of victory or the palm of martyrdom. It will unceasingly remind you that Christ died for you, and that it is your duty to die for him." When Urban had ceased to speak, loud acclamations burst from the multitude. Pity, indignation, despair, at the same time agitated the tumultuous assembly of the faithful. Some shed tears over Jerusalem and the fate of the Christians. Others swore to exterminate the race of the Muslims. But all at once, at a signal from the sovereign pontiff, the most profound silence prevailed. Cardinal Gregory, who afterwards occupied the chair of St. Peter under the name of Innocent II, pronounced, in a loud voice, a form of general confession. The assembly all fell upon their knees, beat their breasts, and received absolution for their sins. Adhemar de Montail, Bishop of Pai, demanded to be first allowed to enter into the way of God, and took the cross from the hands of the Pope. Several other bishops following his example. Raymond, Count of Toulouse, excused himself by his ambassadors for not being able to be present at the Council of Clermont. He had already, he said, fought against the Saracens in Spain, and he promised to go and fight against them in Asia, followed by the bravest and most faithful of his warriors. The barons and knights who had heard the exhortations of Urban all took a solemn oath to revenge the cause of Jesus Christ. They forgot their private quarrels, and even they who were in actual war had no longer any enemies than the Muslims. All the faithful promised to respect the decrees of the council, and decorated their garments with the Red Cross. From that time, all who engaged to combat the infidels were termed bearers of the cross. 43, and the women wore took the name of crusade. The faithful solicited Urban to place himself at their head. But the pontiff, who had not yet triumphed over the anti-Pope Gilbert, who was dealing out at the same time his anathemas against the King of France and the Emperor of Germany, could not rid Europe without compromising the power and the policy of the Holy See. He refused to be chief of the crusade, and named the bishop of Pi apostolic legate with the army of the Christians. He promised to all who assumed the cross the entire remission of their sins. Their persons, their families, their property were all placed under the protection of the Church and of the Apostles St. Peter and St. Paul. The council declared that every violence exercised upon the soldiers of Christ should be punished by anathema, and recommended its decrees in favor of the bearers of the cross to the watchful care of all bishops and priests. It regulated the discipline and the departure of those who had enrolled themselves in the holy ranks, and for fear reflection might deter any from leaving their homes, it threatened with excommunication all those who did not fulfill their vows. Things soon spread everywhere the war that had just been declared against the infidels. When the bishops returned to their dioceses, they still continued to bestow their blessings upon the crosses of the crowds of Christians that required to be led to the conquest of the Holy Land. Urban went through several provinces of France to finish the work he had so happily begun. In the cities of Rouen, Tours, and Mainz he held councils, in which he deplored the fate of the Christians of the East. Everywhere the people and the great, the nobles and the clergy, obeyed the pressing exhortations of the pontiff, and promised to take arms against the Muslims. It might be said that the French had no longer any other country than the Holy Land, and that to it they were bound to sacrifice their race, their property, and their lives. This enthusiasm, which had no bounds, was not long in extending itself to the other Christian nations. The flame which consumed France was communicated to England, still disturbed by the recent conquest of the Normans. To Germany, troubled by the anathemas of Gregory and Urban. To Italy, agitated by its factions. To Spain even, although it had to combat the Saracens on its own territory. Such was the ascendancy of the religion outraged by the infidels, such was the influence of the example given by the French, that all Christian nations seemed to forget, at once, the objects of their ambition or their fears, and furnished, for the crusade, soldiers, that they absolutely required to defend themselves. The entire West resounded with these words: "He who will not take up his cross and come with me is not worthy of me." The devotion for pilgrimages, which had been increasing during several centuries, became a passion and an imperative want for most Christians. Everyone was eager to march to Jerusalem and to take part in the crusade, which was, in all respects, an armed pilgrimage. The situation in which Europe was then placed no doubt contributed to increase the number of pilgrims. All things were in such disorder, says Bonio of Tyre, that the world appeared to be approaching to its end, and was ready to fall again into the confusion of chaos. Everywhere the people, as I have already said, groaned under horrible servitude. A frightful scarcity of provisions, which had, during several years, desolated France and the greater part of the kingdoms of the West, had given birth to all sorts of brigandage and violence. And these, proving the destruction of agriculture and commerce, increased still further the horrors of the famine. Villages, towns even, became void of inhabitants and sank into ruins. The people abandoned the land which no longer nourished them, or could offer them either repose or security. The standard of the cross appeared to them a certain exile against misery and oppression. According to the decrees of the Council of Clermont, the Crusaders were freed from all imposts, and could not be pursued for debts during their voyage. At the name of the cross, the very laws suspended their menaces. Tyranny could not seek its victims, nor justice even the guilty, amidst those whom the Church adopted for its defenders. The assurance of impunity, the hope of a better fate, the love of license, and a desire to shake off the most sacred ties, actuated a vast proportion of the multitude which flocked to the banners of the crusade. Many nobles who had not at first taken the cross, and who saw their vassals set out, without having the power to prevent them, determined to follow them as military chiefs, in order to preserve some portion of their authority. The greater part of the counts and barons had no hesitation in quitting Europe, which the council had declared to be in a state of peace, as it no longer afforded them an opportunity of distinguishing themselves by their valor. They had all many crimes to expiate. They were promised, says Montesquieu, expiation in the indulgence of their dominant passion. They took up, therefore, the cross and arms. The clergy themselves set the example. Many of the bishops, who bore the titles of counts and barons, and who were accustomed to make war in defense of the rights of their bishoprics, thought it their duty to arm for the cause of Jesus Christ. The priests, to give greater weight to their exhortations, themselves assumed the cross. A great number of pastors resolved to follow their flocks to Jerusalem. Not a few of them, as we shall see hereafter, having in their minds the rich bishoprics of Asia, and allowing themselves to be led by the hope of someday occupying the most celebrated sees of the Eastern Church. In the midst of the anarchy and troubles which had desolated Europe since the reign of Charlemagne, there had arisen an association of noble knights who wandered over the world in search of adventures. They had taken an oath to protect innocence, to fight against infidels, and, by a singular contrast, called themselves the champions of God and of beauty. The religion which had consecrated their institution and blessed their sword call them to its defense, and the Order of Chivalry, which owes a great part of its splendor and progress to the Holy Wars, saw its warriors hasten to range themselves under the banners of the cross. Ambition was, perhaps, not born to the devotion for the cause of Christ. If religion promised its rewards to those who were going to fight for it, fortune promised them, likewise, riches and the thrones of the earth. All who returned from the east spoke with enthusiasm of the wonders they had seen and of the rich provinces they had traversed. It was known that 200 or 300 northern pilgrims had conquered Algeria and Sicily from the Saracens. The lands occupied by the infidels appeared to be heritages promised in Mises Cove. Wealth consisted in their birth, their velour, and their sword. 44. We should nevertheless deceive ourselves if we did not believe that religion was the principle which acted most powerfully upon the greater number of the Crusaders. In ordinary times men follow their natural inclinations and only obey the voice of their own interest. But in the times of the Crusades, religious fever was a blind passion which spoke louder than all others. Religion permitted not any other glory, any other felicity to be seen by its ardent defenders, but those which she presented to their heated imagination. Love of country, family, ties, the most tender affections of the heart, were all sacrificed to the ideas and the opinions which then possessed the whole of Europe. Moderation was cowardice, indifference treason, opposition a sacrilegious interference. The power of the laws was reckoned as nothing amongst men to believe they were fighting in the cause of God. Subjects scarcely acknowledged the authority of princes or lords in anything which concerned the holy war. The master and the slave had no other title than that of Christian, no other duty to perform than that of defending his religion, sword in hand. They whom age or condition appeared to detain in Europe, and whom the council had exempted from the labors and perils of the crusade, caused the heaven which called them to the holy war to speak aloud. 45. Women and children imprinted crosses upon their delicate and weak limbs, to show the will of God. 46. Monks deserted the cloisters in which they had sworn to die, believing themselves led by a divine inspiration. Hermits and anchorites issued from forests and deserts, and mingled with the crowd of crusaders. What is still more difficult to believe, thieves and robbers, quitting their secret retreats, came to confess their crimes, and promised, whilst receiving the cross, to go and expiate them in Palestine. Europe appeared to be a land of exile, which everyone was eager to quit. Artisans, traders, laborers, abandoned the occupations by which they subsisted. Barons and lords even renounced the domains of their fathers. The lands, the cities, the castles for which they had but of late been at war, all at once lost their value in the eyes of their possessors, and were given up, for small sums, to those whom the grace of God had not touched, and who were not called to the happiness of visiting the holy places and conquering
Get out of my
lands.
way, dude.
Contemporary authors relate several miracles which assisted in heating the minds of the multitude. Stars fell from the firmament. Traces of love were seen in the heavens. Cities, armies, and knights decorated with the cross were pictured in the clouds. The monk Robert asserts that on the very day on which the Council of Clermont determined the holy war, that decision was proclaimed beyond the seas. This news, as he raised the courage of the Christians in the East and caused despair among the nations of Arabia. As the most effective of prodigies,
My goodness.
saints and kings of preceding ages were said
Ouch.
to have issued from their tombs, and many Frenchmen declared they had seen the shade of Charlemagne exhorting the Christians to fight against the Mussulmans. We will not relate all the other miracles reported by historians,
can you guys
which were
return
believed
us
in an
back?
age in which nothing was
Return
more
us?
common than prodigies,
Help.
in which, according to the remark of Fleury, the taste for the
Thank
wonderful
you.
prevailed really over that for the true. The readers of
After all
history
I
will
did
find
for
quite
y'all.
enough of extraordinary things in the description of so many great events, for which the moral world and even nature herself seem to have interrupted their laws. What prodigy, in fact, can more astonish the philosopher than to see Europe, which may be said to have been agitated to its very
Now don't put no
foundations,
helix
with
rack on
all
my
at once,
forehead.
and love a
somebody's
single
targeting
man,
me. Nope.
march in arms towards the east. The Council of Claremont, which was held in
Helix
the month
Rack
of November
10.
1095, had fixed the departure of the Crusaders for the festive levy Assumption
my
of the
forehead.
following year.
Just what I
During
asked
the
you
winter,
not
nothing
to
was thought
do.
of such preparations for the voyage to the Holy Land. Every other care, every other labor was suspended in the cities and the plains. In the midst of the general excitement, the religion, which animated all arts, watched over public order. All at once there was no more robbery or brigandage heard of. 47. The West was silent, to employ an expression from the scripture, and Europe enjoyed during several months.
People
a
come
peace
and
they had
go.
never before known.
Forget to close the
They who
door.
had taken the cross encouraged each
Leave
other and addressed
their stands
letters
and
and
cigarette
sent
arts
ambassadors
stapled
to
on the floor.
hasten their departure.
And when they do,
The benedictions of the heavens
Remember
appear
me.
to be promised to those who should be persuaded to
can you
march to
go
Jerusalem.
somewhere?
Many then, who at
Turkeys.
the first had found fault with the delirium of the crusade, accused themselves of indifferent for the cause of remission, and showed no less fervor than those who had given the example. All were eager to sell their possessions, but could find no purchasers. The Crusaders despised everything they could not carry with them. The productions of the earth were sold at a low price, which all at once
Got you
brought back
again.
abundance even in the midst of scarcity. As soon as the spring appeared, nothing could restrain the impatience of the Crusaders, and they set forward on their march to the places at which they were to assemble. The greater number went on foot. Some horsemen appeared amongst the multitude. A great many traveled in cars. They were clothed in a variety of manners and armed in the same way with lances, swords, javelins, iron clubs, and zenith. The crowd of crusaders presented a whimsical and confused mixture of all ranks and all conditions. Women appeared in arms in the midst of warriors, prostitution not being forgotten among the austerities of penitence.
America.
Old age was to be seen with infancy, opulence next to misery. The helmet was confounded with the front, the mitre with the sword. Around cities, around fortresses, in the plains, upon the mountains, were raised tents and pavilions. Everywhere was displayed a preparation for warring festivity. Here was heard the sound of arms or the ring of trumpets. Whilst at a short distance the air was filled with songs and spiritual songs. From the Tiber to the ocean, and from the Rhine to the other side of the Pyrenees, nothing was to be seen but troops of men, marked with the cross, who swore to exterminate the Saracens, and were chanting their songs of conquest beforehand. On all parts resounded the war cry of the Crusaders, "It is the will of God. It is the will of God." Fathers themselves conducted their children, and made them swear to conquer or die for Jesus Christ. Warriors tore themselves from the arms of their wives and from their families, promising to return victorious. Women or old men, whose weakness was left without support, accompanied their sons or their husbands to the nearest city, and there, not being able to separate themselves from the objects of their affections, determined to follow them to Jerusalem. They who remained in Europe envied the fate of the Crusaders, and could not restrain their tears. They who went to seek death in Asia were full of hope and joy. 48 families, whole villages set out for Palestine, and drew into their ranks all they met with on their passage. They marched on without forethought, and would not believe that he who nourishes the sparrow would leave pilgrims clothed with the Holy Cross to perish with want. Their ignorance added to their illusion, and lent an air of enchantment to everything they saw.
You suck.
They believed that every moment they were
just wanna
a
tell you that
virtue
face to
ended their
face.
pilgrimage. The children of the villagers, when they saw a city or a castle, asked if that was Jerusalem. 49. Many of the great lords, who had passed their lives in their rustic donjons, knew very little more on this head than their vassals. They took with them their hunting and fishing equipments, and marched with their falcons on their wrists, preceded by their hounds. They expected to reach Jerusalem, enjoying themselves on the road, and to exhibit to Asia the rude luxury of their castle. In the midst of the general delirium, no sage caused the voice of reason to be heard. Nobody was then astonished at that which now creates so much surprise. These scenes so strange, in which everyone was an actor, could only be a spectacle for posterity. Book 2. AD 1096 to 1097. The number of Christians who had taken the cross in the greater part of the countries of Europe were quite sufficient to form many large armies. As these armies might exhaust the countries through which they had to pass, the princes and captains who were to conduct them agreed among themselves that they should not all set out at one time, but should pursue different routes and meet again at Constantinople. Whilst they were engaged in preparations for departure, the multitude who followed Peter the Hermit in his preachings became impatient to advance before the other crusaders. And being without a chief, they cast their eyes upon him whom they considered as an envoy from heaven. They chose Peter for their general. The Cenobite, deceived by the excess of his zeal, believed that enthusiasm could alone answer for all the successes of war, and that it would be easy to conduct an undisciplined troop which had taken up arms at the sound of his voice. He yielded to the prayers of the multitude, and, clothed in his woollen mantle, a hood over his head, sandals on his feet, and only mounted on the mule upon which he had traversed Europe, he took upon himself the command.
Festering
His
fusion
troop, which set out
wall
from the banks of the Meuse and
slider
Moselle,
munchkin.
descended towards Germany and was increased upon the road by a vast number of pilgrims hastening from Champagne, Burgundy, and other parts of France. Peter soon saw from 80 to 100,000 men under his standards. These first crusaders, dragging in their train women, children, old men, and numerous sick,
What a
began
turd
to march
skin
on
he's
the
got.
faith of the
It's like a
miraculous
big
promises
reptilian
made them by their
turd.
general.
That's all I gotta
In
say.
the persuasion they were filled with, that God himself called upon them to defend his cause. They hoped
Taste
that
my
rivers
sour
would open
grapes.
before their battalions, and that manna would fall from heaven to feed them. The army of Peter the Hermit was divided into two bodies. The vanguard marched under the orders of Walter the Penniless, 15, whose surname, preserved by history,
That's just what I
proves
want.
that the chiefs were as miserable
Oh,
as the
I don't care if I
soldiers.
died.
This vanguard only
Got
reckoned 8
satisfaction.
horsemen. All the rest went to the conquest of the East, asking charity by the way. As long as the Crusaders were upon the French territory, the charity of the faithful who were on their way
Better shoot me
provided
quick.
for their wants. They warned the zeal of the Germans, amongst whom the crusade had not been preached. Their troop, which was considered everywhere as a people of God, met with no enemies on the banks of the Rhine. The new Amalekites, the Hungarians and the Bulgarians, awaited them on the shores of the Morava and the Danube. The Hungarians, who had issued from Tartary, had a common origin with the Turks, and, like them, had rendered themselves formidable to the Christians. In the 10th century, they had invaded Pannonia and carried the ravages of war into the richest countries of Europe. Nations, terrified at the progress of their arms, considered them as a scourge, which was sent as a forerunner of the end of the world. Towards the middle of the 11th century, they embraced the Christianity they had persecuted. Once obedient to the faith of the gospel, they began to build cities and cultivate their land. They felt what it was to have a country and ceased to be the terror of their neighbors. At the period of the First Crusade, the Hungarians boasted of having a saint among their kings, 51, but still separated from the Christian Republic. By their position, they did not at all partake of the fervor of the Crusaders, and looked on with indifference at the preparations of Europe for the conquest of Asia. The Bulgarians, who were descended from the ancient people of the Slaves, had by turns protected and ravaged the empire of Constantinople. Their warriors had
Somebody needs to go to the
efforts in
John.
battle, and the skull of an emperor, encased in gold,
We gotta go to the
served for
John.
a long time as a cup for their chiefs in the orgies of
Excuse us while I
victory.
go to the John.
They were afterwards conquered by Basil, who put out the eyes of 15,000 of his prisoners, and by this act of barbarity roused the whole nation against Greece. At the time of the
Oh, that was
Crusade,
John.
Bulgaria
Okay,
was
John.
under the power of the Greek Empire, but it despised the laws and the power of its
I would love to
masters.
kill you with an MD John, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it.
Along the southern banks of the Danube, in the midst of inaccessible forests, preserved their savage independence, and only recognized the emperors of the East when they saw
Oh,
their
John.
armies. Although they had
That's our first
embraced
step.
Christianity, the Bulgarians did not consider the Christians as their brothers. They neither respected the laws of nations nor the rights of hospitality, and during the 11th century they were the terror of the pilgrims of the West who journeyed to Jerusalem. Such were the people whose territories the Crusaders were about to cross, and among whom want of discipline must necessarily expose them to the most direful reverses. When the vanguard entered Hungary, they were only disturbed in their march but by a few insults, which Walter had the prudence not to avenge. But the resignation of the pilgrims could not hold out long against the misery which every day increased. Want and its attendant evils soon dispersed all the sentiment of moderation to which religion had for a moment given birth in hearts of its defenders. The governor of Bulgaria not having been able to furnish provisions, they spread themselves about over the country, carried off the flocks, burned the houses, and massacred several of the inhabitants who opposed their violences. The irritated Bulgarians ran to arms and fell upon the soldiers of Walter loaded with their booty. 140 crusaders perished in the midst of flames, in a church in which they had taken refuge. The rest sought safety in flight. After this defeat, which he did not endeavor to repair, Walter continued his march through the forests of Bulgaria, pursued by famine and dragging along the wreck of his army. He presented himself as a supplicant before the governor of Nyssa, who was touched with the misery of the Crusaders, and gave them provisions, arms, and clothing. The soldiers of Walter, tried by merited reverses, conducted by a chief who was wanting in neither skill nor courage, became again attentive to the voice of religion, and passed through Thrace without committing any disorders. After 2 months of fatigue and misery, they arrived under the walls of Constantinople, where the Emperor Alexis permitted them to wait for the army of Peter the Hermit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my
army,
lovely wife.
which was then passing through Germany, was about to be
It's time.
treated worse than
It's
its
time.
vanguard had been.
It's
The Cenobite Peter,
8:30.
more
It's the time for the baby
enthusiastic than his
to get up.
soldiers, was more skillful
that's
in
the end of the
exciting their
stream.
zeal than in directing it. He showed neither
And
the
I made
moderation
it
nor the
on
prudence
time.
of his
Okay,
lieutenant,
I should
and had
stop
no
right
idea
there.
how to avoid the dangers which
And I guess I'm getting better. It takes practice, I think, to do several things at once well. So I jump back. I'm almost to where I left off with this book before. So this is the second round through with it, and it's got so many things that need to be addressed. But hey, you gotta go out there and read it. You'll never know. So in spite of the fact I find a lot of this guy's views to be extremely detestable, it's helping me get a grip on how these things were perceived by him and his ilk, shall we say? All right, so take care. See you next time.